moments now to write down your top 3 work priorities. Might be something that you want to do with your team when you go away from here. It's a very useful strategic exercise. For some people it might be quite easy, for other people you might find it harder. But I am going to ask for the roving microphone to see if anybody is prepared to share what those top 3 priorities are. They don't have to be right, and priorities do change, of course. But can I just give you a tip that keeping it simple by sticking to the priorities you've got for a period of time will make it easier for people in the outside world to know what it is that you care about, stand for, work for. Okay. Anybody like that? I might come down and do it myself. So, who can share their top 3 priorities with me? And I'm going to come round and, go to Mary Susan.
Thank you. My top 3 priorities are applied research in renewable energy, skilling, and consulting.
And who else do we have? Who else? Thank you.
Hello. My 3 priorities are: 1, to finish delivery of the courses that I have at the university. The second one is to write a research funding proposal. The third one is to publish 2 research papers in the next 6 months.
Thank you. Great.
My 3 things is to provide timely, cost-effective, and data-driven communication between my government and citizens. And then the second is to listen to citizens. And then the third is research and field.
Thank you. Somebody over here? It's great. You're getting the hang of this fantastically. I'm just going to go to the back and then I'll come to you.
First, I would like to ensure that my work is the best I can ever imagine. 2, I would like to nurture people that can take on the work that I'm doing, even in my absence. And lastly, I would like to create a difference wherever I'm working, so that the people that, so that when you compare with what I found, it is always better than before.
Thank you. Great. Very ambitious ones. Who we got? Somebody over here.
Thank you. My 3 priorities is to finish my PhD. The secondly is teaching at university and the technical practices. That's what I need.
Thank you.
Renewable energy ambassador on the ship entrepreneur. My priority is to sustainable renewable energy among us, mentor and empower women in renewable energy entrepreneurship, and then to pioneer in climate and energy change.
Thank you. I like those. Pioneering climate change, technology and empowering women. Fantastic priorities. Thank you. So, you do it in your own lives. We don't always do it as a team. And the more complex our work gets, the harder it is to prioritise. Now, there's lots of pieces of work that you can do around creating a strategy that is prioritising the 3 things that your organisation organisation or your team are doing, and then communicating those messages. That's work for another day. But 3 priorities are a good way of saying to the outside world, these are the things we care about. And I've heard what you care about. I'm sure you care about lots of other things. We're complex people. But when you're communicating, just having 3 important priorities is a really good idea. They don't need to be separate. So I'm now going to just talk to you a little bit about a project that incorporated all 3 of our priorities at my organisation, ECA, Electrical Contractors Association. And it's called Leading the Charge, and some of you have seen clips already from Leading the Charge. But the purpose of Leading the Charge was to demonstrate the 3 things that we cared about. We cared about the transition to net zero and what that meant for the electrotechnical sector. We cared about skills for the future and what would need to happen to make sure that we had the right workforce to enable net zero to happen. And thirdly, we need to ensure that installations were safely installed and they were compliant with regulations, and that the people who were installing them were trained to an adequate level so that everything that we did or people did in that space was safe. So particularly when you get a new set of products, a new technology, safety is the thing that often drops off the bottom because you get new people coming in, there can be cowboys, the area is not very well regulated. So safety was one of our key priorities. But they're all intertwined, as I said. So Leading the Charge was a communications vehicle which took our strategic audiences. We decided very clearly that we wanted to influence the next generation. We decided we wanted to influence policymakers and educators. And thirdly, we wanted to influence businesses to how they could make that transition. So we had 3 key audiences. And what we did was make one long documentary film, not dissimilar to My Beautiful Ashes. And then we chopped that up into 18 short films suitable for social media. So again, we repeated content. We weren't frightened of we didn't just keep playing our long-form documentary, we chopped it up so that we could use bits that were suitable, edited and suitable for our audience of young people, our audience of educators, policymakers, or our business audience. And we were able to do that with the same content, so it didn't create an awful lot more work. So reusing content is really important because you can reuse it and repackage it in all sorts of different ways. We also made 6 podcasts, 6 expert interviews, and we wrote 6 articles. In fact, I wrote 10 articles in the end. But I have to say, I reused that material over and over again. So you can use the same phrases, and when you're doing communications, don't start from scratch every time. Use the phrases that work. Hone your key messages so that you've decided what you want to say. You lift them out and then you incorporate them into some text or into some film or into an interview. So they're there already. So it's quite a lot of planning. So communications can be 2 things. It can be proactive and it can be reactive. But in this case, I'm talking about a planned for proactive communications, which is a large project, and it incorporates all these different sorts of channels, and it incorporates key messages, it reuses content, and the one thing that will be interesting for you if you are in any way sharing material digitally is that we put everything out we had a plan for posting everything online, and we didn't pay for any promotion at all until everything had about 2 months of what we call organic reach. So when you're putting out all this material, you put it out just as you put it out on social media normally, and leave it there, and then you have a look at the results, and then you pay for a very targeted promotion on the bits that you really want to push. So you could choose to target one bit of material audience, pay for a targeted business ad on, say, LinkedIn. You could put something on TikTok that's the same material you've used elsewhere, but you could pay for it to be out there reaching a young generation audience on skills, for example. So there's lots of things you can do with it, but it's initially planned with the strategic audience, strategic objective, key messages, and then you do some long, you create a long form piece of content, and then you can chop it up and use it for different things. So, without much more ado, I'd like us to have a look at one of those short clips. It's just a 3-minute clip. Some of you have seen this before, apologise for that, but as I say, you'll probably see something different in it. So whenever you're ready to just play Leading the Charge. So Leading the Charge tells the story of a transformative moment for the UK. A moment when electro-technical professionals are seizing the potential of clean electricity to fulfil our net zero ambitions.
I think it's kind of a bit like a family, when you see everyone in the morning, we talk to one another, give each other tips, learn different things off different people. Overall, it really is a good trade to get into, and I do recommend it. Apprenticeship is the right way to go.
Net zero for the electrical industry is fantastic, and we need this new generation of young minds to help us get a grip of this, and it's only this generation that's going to do it.
So we're here at Derwent site Belper, we're on site by Wheeldon Brothers, and we are the electrical contractors here, doing all the electrical needs. We've installed the PV, so your solar panels, and we've also installed an EV, which is your car charging. Friends with a lot of the lads on site with different trades. We all get on really well. It makes the day go a lot quicker, you know, when you have a laugh and you can like work with each other.
We're facing a massive increase in demand for electrotechnical skills if the UK is going to have any chance of meeting the 2050 net zero target. Currently, we're recruiting about 7,000 apprentices a year. That really needs to go up to 12,000 or 13,000.
So my week, in a nutshell, basically, Monday mornings I drive to the Sandy Acre JTL Centre, do theory work or practical, and then the rest of the week I'm either on site, first fixing, second fixing, or I'm doing, for example, the solar, or fitting the alarms, as you can see on the houses. So it's always on your toes. I quite enjoy the Monday there. It's like a bit of mine on the Monday morning. I'm lucky enough to have made a lot of friends at college, so we all get on well, we see each other outside of college. There's about 10 lads. We're all jetting off on holiday together soon, sometimes go for a cheeky party now and then.
Being an electrician has always been an excellent career option. Apprenticeships are by far the preferred route, and of course apprenticeships aren't just for young people anymore. A qualified, competent electrician can easily earn £40,000 a year or more.
So there's a load of different avenues you can go down, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's domestic, commercial or industrial.
37. 38?
38.2. Got to start putting money on this.
The industry has changed quite a bit, so it's getting a lot more complex, and everyone's thinking out of the box now. It's not just we're going to wire a property. What can we do to save energy going forward? We want young minds to come to the industry because we need these people to drive it forward.
As a school leaver, I'd say an apprenticeship is the best way to go at the moment because you're earning whilst you're learning, so you're getting the knowledge and you're building that kind of foundation for your career in the future whilst earning money.
You. So, question for the audience. What was the key message? I think the battery's gone on that. Do you want to stand up and say what it is?
It was skills for the future.
Skills for the future, yes. And the key message was?
Training, apprenticeship is what I did.
Apprenticeship, we need more apprentices.
Yes.
The key message. The theme, the priority was skills for the future. The theme was, the key message was, we need more apprentices. Who was the audience? Who do you think the audience was? Was it designed for? Anyone?
Did you?
The youth. Sorry? The youth. Yes. Yes. Anyone else?
Yeah, I do think like it was designed for everyone, like who would have to build on their skills. What is the system for all of you?
Those within the technical knowledge of electrical installations and energy. As long as you have the skill, come and learn so that you have the skill for the future. That's how I understood.
Thanks. Yes, you're all right. This particular short film was designed for the youth, was designed for colleges and for career services, for schools, because it shows a young person who's transitioning from school into the world of work. The key message was, we need more apprentices. But their other strategic audiences, as you spotted, were policymakers. You know, we need more skills. It's for policymakers. You can't just suddenly manufacture courses out of thin air. Somebody has got to put those courses on. Somebody's got to fund them. So you've got the story of Tyler, who's going through this transition into the world of work. It's a great story. But you've also got some of the key figures behind it. You know, how much somebody can earn, how many we need, what is the role of the apprentice in the long term. So it's for people like, in the UK, our Department of Education, for our skills and training boards, our apprenticeship boards. It's also for policymakers in the net zero field. So they're not the primary audience on this, but they are the secondary audience. And then some of the other short films are designed with switched round so that the business people will be the top primary audience. So there's a lot of thought has gone into creating films with the right content for the right audiences, and then we push it out onto the right channels. And that could be print media, it could be digital media, it could be social media, it could be face-to-face events like this. We've done lots of face-to-face events like this. Design, and we use it, and we pick the films that are most suited to those different audiences. It took a lot of planning, it took a lot of proactive engagement to push it out. We had a big launch event. But it's a step change in how a whole range of audiences view the Electrotechnical Centre. And that's what I know Mary Susan is keen on. I know that this sector in the Uganda is on the cusp of changing. You are about to transform what's the energy sector in Uganda. And to do so, you absolutely have to win the hearts and minds of strategic audiences, such as business, such as policymakers, such as educators, such as young people. And you have to think strategically about communicating that to people you wouldn't normally talk to. So that's really important. And this work took a lot of planning. I don't pretend it was straightforward, but it reached, we haven't finally got the numbers in, but we're expecting 1 million views of our films and over 900 engagements on social media. So that's fast. For us, you know, for a small sector, it's got economic clout, but it's a small sector. It's not well thought about in the UK. That's a huge reach. And with careful, integrated communications, thinking about the proactive messages you want to get out, and thinking very hard about how to reach your audiences, who those audiences are, it can be done. Now, I won't go into all the details of how we planned it, and I'm sure I'll have a chat with Flavia about that later on, but the idea is that you can proactively do this stuff by thinking carefully, planning, and, you know, 9 months of work, you've seen 3 minutes. But it's enough, isn't it? You have a flavour of what's going on in the UK electrotechnical sector. It's enough. 3 minutes is enough. Okay, so, over to you again. So I mentioned just now that I'd gone to an important business conference in the UK and had this useful little conversation over coffee. I'm going to ask you now to I want you to think about the fact you bump into somebody that you want to talk to, and you only have the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee, or in more classic ways of talking about it, the time it takes for you to get into the lift at the bottom here and get to the top floor. You've bumped into somebody from government, you've bumped into a journalist, you've bumped into somebody you want to influence, an important business person. And I want you to think about how you're going to tell them about the work you do. You'll have less than 3 minutes to do that. You'll have less than the time of that film. What are the key things you're going to put in there? So first of all, decide who it is you're going to bump into. Who's your key audience? And then think about what it is you want to tell them, and think about how you will tell them in a very short time, from the lift here at the bottom to when you get to the 6th, 7th floor at the top. So you want to just spend a few minutes writing down what you might say to them so you can think about that. So for those of you who know this term, this is called an elevator pitch. And once upon a time had a lot to do with the film industry, and everything in the film industry happens with elevator pitches because those people in Hollywood and Bollywood are so busy. They've got so much money, they don't have time for you. So when you go to a film event, you see them and you only have the time it takes when you get in a lift with them to the top of the film to pitch your film to them. So this exercise is, let's write down what you're going to pitch to that important person that you want to influence. So many of the greatest films have been made by somebody pitching an idea to a famous director. The director likes it, they get out of the lift and says, call me back, here's my business card. And that's what you want to achieve in this elevator pitch. So you've got a few minutes to write it down. And remember some of the things that we've been talking about this morning. Don't bombard them with loads of information. Just give them the top 3 things that you want on one, probably, if you're going up in a lift. Think about keeping it simple. Think about the story that you're going to tell. So if you just say lots of facts and figures, you're probably going to lose them. They're probably going to get out of the lift and say, nice to meet you, bye. You've got to just spark some imagination in them. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be engaging. Everyone okay with that? Anybody got any questions? You're going to meet me afterwards and say, I've got a great idea for a film. I like that film I saw of Tyler, The Apprentice, and I want you to make a film about what I'm doing. I want to go off and have coffee or a swim. So you've got a few minutes with me. How will you spark my interest? What's the change that you're doing? How will it help somebody else? How will it change Uganda? Okay, you all written down your elevator pitch. Anybody would like to share their elevator pitch? It's not as easy as sharing what you had for breakfast, is it? Who would like to have a go? Remember, this is practice.
Okay. Want me to be like in the film?
Tell me, inspire me.
Yeah. Hi, Your Excellency, Minister for Energy. How are you?
Hey, I'm great, but I'm in a hurry.
Yeah. Yeah, but I am from the University of Dar es Salaam.
Really? That's interesting. What are you doing there?
Yeah, I'm teaching and do some research. But I'm thinking of one thing.
Yeah?
Is Lake Victoria got a lot of these small islands,
Yeah, I know it well.
but they have no energy.
They've got no energy.
Yeah, so if we can think of electrifying them with hydrogen, so I like wind.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that would be very good for them.
What do you want me to do about
better
it?
price for their well-being.
A better price? That sounds good. Will that help the economy in the local area?
Yeah, but and we can start with very few sites.
Yes.
Well,
And have you got some of those? Have you talked to those people in those places?
so think about it. Can I give you my business plan?
Fantastic.
We can talk about it.
Give me a ring next week. Really, really good. Okay. Anyone else who's selling me some ideas? I'm going to come here and do some of this stuff. Who else wants to sell me their idea?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
I'm going to take your time.
Yeah.
I know you're in a hurry. We call Peace. Work at Government Citizen Interaction Center, State House.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yes.
Oh yes, so we're communicators, and I would love to. You are a fossil energy person, and we do communicate. And I would love to enable or help you communicate better, simplify information for citizens, make it more simpler for them to understand and be able to carry it on. Would you like to, by the way, you look smart. I like your...
Thank you, that's really nice. Bit of flattery goes a long way.
Trying to be a little flattering. Okay, so you look good, and I hope that we can have my card and then we can do business together.
Hey, be great. Let's go and have coffee next week. Well done, well done. Anyone else like to have a go? Okay, let me go to the back. I think we manage without Andrew, don't we?
Hi, my name is Innocent.
Hi, Innocent.
From my cabin, I've been staying in your hotel here, but I've seen these different diesel generators during power cuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the power cuts, you know, they're dreadful. Yeah, I was talking to my friend yesterday. She had a 4-hour power cut. They're really terrible. Can you do anything about it?
Oh yes, at my cabin we normally install solar power backups, and the cost is actually about between 8 to 9 cents. I mean, that is dollars per kilowatt. Vis-a-vis normally for diesel generators, our calculation has indicated that is up to 16 cents per kilowatt hour.
I'm interested.
Yes, you know, the benefit is when we install this, it means you will have, you have freedom to manage your own power, and it also comes, you'll be contributing to the net zero agenda. And normally we have, websites where we list such hotels that are within the eco-tourism. It means you also have more visibility. Tourists who are coming to Uganda will also
walking around your village, I noticed that there is no, the light, the night.
Oh, it's terrible. You know, people complain to me about that all the time. Yes.
Yes, and I have an idea for you. So, as a farmer you are, I'm going to buy the solar panels, and I'm going to come to install in your house, and all of people of your, of your village will come to charge phones to you, and they will pay.
Yeah,
you see?
Even better.
And then you are going to give me.
Come with me now. Come with me now. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant. Is somebody else? One more person? I'm persuaded. Some brilliant ideas coming through.
Can we pass this back? It's really good. But I need some power. I can get down there.
Yes, there is a table.
I need the other party.
Where are you? Are you hit?
You're here.
I didn't know how to get out there to get back in again.
Yeah, hi. Hi, I see the kids are disturbing. I'm a mother of 4. I know, even being a mother of 2, I know how hard that is. Yeah, so I've visited your home, so I've come to your home. So I see the kids are disturbing and you have a lot of work to do. You're trying to cook food and there's a lot of smoke where you're cooking from. I am Agnes Nambrishe. I'm starting with it. I am Agnes. Can I help you with what you're doing? I have a solution to a lot of what you're doing.
Yes.
I see your hands are really getting dirty and there's a lot of smoke where you are. And I have a solution which you can cook with less than 1,000 shillings a day. It's clean, it's fast, and you can do anything else, do all your work that you need to do, and look after the kids without any hassle, and you will save over 70% of your costs related to cooking. Do you want me to show you how it works? Oh, yes, please. That would be fantastic. That sounds just what I need. Thank you. Thank you. So we can go into the details of the show. Thank you very much. You see, it's all sorts of different circumstances you can use your elevator pitch. They're great. Somebody else wants to go? Oh, everyone's wanting. Okay, great. It's good to hear them.
I'm going to pass that over.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Justus.
Hi, Justice. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
I'm Jane.
Oh, nice to meet you, Jane. I come from my university of science and technology.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about my background. I'm a short scientist by training, but I'm more interested in renewable energy. And when people talk about renewable energy, they talk about all those technical aspects, and then it's hard to translate to the local people because there are key terms that they use and so on. But they usually ignore the social issues, the socio-economic issues, and how individuals perceive renewable energy. And so I'll be interested to know maybe if you're interested in writing a collaborative proposal so that we break working in silos. Thank you.
That sounds like a really interesting idea. I think we should get down and perhaps we can set up a meeting next week and have a conversation about what that collaboration would look like. I think we're probably on the same page. One more, I think. One more.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
I hear your presentation is very nice. So I think the way you present you are doing the same as like me. Can you make a collaboration with you?
It's always really good to find find somebody who's doing something similar and that you can find some synergy with. That's really excellent. Yeah, we should get together and see what kind of projects we might be able to work on together. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry there's people that still want to have a go, but there'll be plenty of opportunities to try it on all of us at the end of this morning. So that's your elevator pitch, and as I said, they can be used in all sorts of different ways. Make a connection with people. It was great when people said, I like what you're wearing, like your presentation. A bit of flattery goes a long way. But really have in the back of your mind what it is you want to communicate. So not just what you're communicating, but what you want at the end of that. So do you want to have a coffee with them? Do you want their business card? Do you want a follow-up meeting? So that's really important. So you plan your communication in a proactive way, and it gives you lots of key messages and things that you want to promote. So I think the one thing I would want to say about working with the media, we've talked about working with all sorts of people. Elevator pitches are designed for anyone at any point. You kind of have to have it in the back of your mind. The other day, I was about to get changed into my swimming costume to go for a swim, and John texted me and said, oh, you know, Uganda TV wanted to interview you. So I kind of jumped down the stairs and I kind of churned it out because it's in the back of my mind. So practice it yourself, practice what it is that you want to say, but most importantly, practice it as a team, because you can share with each other what you want to say as a team. Time yourself, because I didn't time you, and I was going to time you, but it is really hard. You probably have a minute at the most for most elevator pitches. Time yourself, practice, hone your skills, spend I don't think that's their job. I don't think training journalists is a job. I think they've got their own job, you have got your job, and they will find out what they need from you if you meet them. And meeting them can be hard, getting the connections can be hard, but if you can spend some time just finding out the right people to connect with, by email, but preferably face-to-face. So it's definitely worth building a spreadsheet of your journalists, what they're writing about, who they're writing for. And sometimes when you're starting out on this stuff, finding a freelance journalist who's also trying to build their career is a really good idea, because they might be writing across a range of issues, but if you can meet with them and they need some copy, they might be very interested to hear your story, and then they might end up being a really good contact when they move to another newspaper or media outlet. So we had somebody just recently who was somebody that one of my colleagues knew when they were at college, and then that person went on and did some trade press work, and now they've just secured a job on the Telegraph, which is one of our key national newspapers, which speaks directly to our government ministers. And he's just got a job on there, and the first thing he did was contact us to see if we've got any good stories. So he pitched one of our stories in his first week at his new job because we kept in contact with him. And that's really common, and those networks build up, and you keep a record of the journalists you've spoken to, what you're talking to them about, what they're writing about, and then you can really build up a network. And then they will ring you up, and they've probably got an hour's deadline. You're lucky if you get 2 days, but usually it's an hour. And they'll want to quote on something you're probably not working on just at this moment. It's probably not what you want to tell them. Don't be frightened to say, no, we can't say anything. But at the same time, if you can say something, you will show yourself as being helpful to them. So as I said, these are people with very little time, they've got very hard deadlines, and they need your help. So put yourself in the shoes of that journalist. Can you give them a quote that fits with your key messages? Can you provide? Have you got a bank of case studies? People that you've been working with? Have you got those lined up? Have you warmed up those spokespeople? So if you've been working in a village with your your cookers and things, have you got somebody in that village who will be prepared to be on camera at a moment's notice? Get them lined up, warmed up now. You don't know when you might need them. And at the same time, train a group of spokespeople. They could be your beneficiaries, they could be your CEO, they could be anybody who's in your organisation who's going to take your message forward. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as they, what we say in the trade, are a talker. You need to be a talker if you're going on media. Even if it's print media, you need to be able to talk enough so that the journalist can get a useful quote out of you, and you need to be able to do it without you're able to do it without too much preparation and too much anxiety. So that comes with training. So it's definitely worth building into your communication strategy, training for your key spokespeople, either beneficiaries, well, particularly beneficiaries, but also team members. So we place them in the BBC, ITN, Channel 4, these are broadcasters, well-known national broadcasters in the UK. We place them in the Financial Times, we place them in one of our tabloid newspapers. So across the board, there were 20 experiences of sitting in a newsroom, how planning a day's story, what the deadlines looked like, and they kind of were an intern. Some of them wrote stories, some of them presented, but the purpose of it was to build capacity within the NGO and charity world about how to put yourself in the shoes of a journalist. So rather than say, the media should, it's how can we help the media do their job? Can we give them a good pitch? Can we understand their tight deadlines? Can we understand that they're human and that they don't understand the acronyms in our world, let alone some of the complex technical things? Those people going into the newsrooms were just ordinary people. They weren't necessarily comms people because many small NGOs don't have a specialist comms person. But I think that some program like that could leverage Ugandan media and enable people from the renewable energy sector to go and sit in a newsroom and watch what happens as media publications develop, and the speed at which they develop would be really valuable for your sector. So I was talking to Mary Susan about this yesterday with somebody from the High Commission. So I do think that it's worth looking at how quite a low-cost program could bring in people from across the renewable energy sector to understand and put themselves in the shoes of journalists. And what we noticed on the evaluation for that Media Connections program was the capacity of, the increase in news stories from the NGO sector developed over 5 years. And it was interesting for me to watch some of those particular organisations thrive and flourish because they'd learned how to work with the media as colleagues rather than as adversaries. So that might be something that you want to think about and think about building capacity in that area. So I think I've talked for quite a long time, so it's back to you again. So I'm just going to finish off with 3 questions for you. No, I'm going to finish off with 1 question for you, but you're going to tell me 3 things. What is it that a communication strategy needs? What are the 3 things that a communication strategy must have in it? Somebody at the back there.
Thank you so much. I actually didn't, I thought I wanted to, not to answer the question, I wanted to share an experience, but I can answer part of the question. The strategy should have a message, and the message should be specific. Very simple and understandable. So the rest will answer the other part. I'm a journalist, and I work with Akabozi FM. It's a local radio in Luganda. It's the most spoken language in Uganda. And the radio is, there are 2 radios owned by the same person. The other one is Radio 1, most Ugandans here know. Yeah, I've done my work from TV. I did a music show for 7 years. And I used to play a lot of music from Europe. And lovely, the show was good on Sunday, people used to enjoy it. But then, when I got out of the studio, I realized that people were not listening to music all throughout. In the evening, in the morning, they're buying charcoal to go cook, and I knew that what that means. They were looking for money. There were so many young people that were unemployed, and they were looking for ideas. So I started marinating my show with discussions on some of these key issues. So COVID. I made up a decision to let go of the music because there's so many of us doing the music and entertainment. And I wanted to look at the unentered areas, like technology, science, and innovation. Again, I wanted to be on TV, but people listen to radio more than they watch TV. So it started with me downscaling myself from here to here, because I didn't want to go on radio, I wanted to be on TV, to be seen on whatever. So, and then even radio, I didn't want to do, I didn't think language. I So it was also another mindset I had to overcome. Fast forward, I pitched my idea for a tech show on radio, and everyone's like, who has ever done that on radio? Like, who is going to listen to it? This is what the director of that radio told me. She's a former Minister of Finance. We met, elevator pitch at Serena. I see her seated there, and I'm like, what can I tell this person? I said, this radio idea I had. And I said, Madam, how are you? My name is Patrick Mlindwa. You're Miss Maria Chiwanuka. I'm a journalist. COVID-19 has pushed the economies online, almost everything. But there's barely no media house talking about how people are going to soldier through. So my thought is, can we have a radio show on tech, but on Radio 1 in English? So she told me, don't you think these people who speak English know where to find these things? If I were you, I would actually think about this other one in Luganda, because these people don't actually understand so much of the English, and the tech is so much technical. I was offended. Yes, I felt so bad. But I said, thank you so much. So she told me, if you like it, I could actually attach you to my radio programs manager of the Luganda station first. So she gave me the number. I never called the guy. Yes. So I went home, and I'm like, who does a show on tech? Tech is bomb. Like, you know, it's us who know the thing, whatever. Like, you want to talk to people who know the thing. But then when you look at solutions like WhatsApp, people speak in their languages. Nobody teaches people how to use WhatsApp. It wasn't developed in Africa, but it's used by Africans in their own way, and other communities around the world. So what I learned in there, technologies deliver solutions, and that solution has no language. I overcame. I had to come up with a name, because I had a name called Business Technology. I'm a big follower of Click, Spencer Kelly, on BBC. For so many years, I love what they do. And I wanted to do a similar on a local media house. So I go meet the guy. Of course I had a line in, because it's the owner of the radio sent me to you. The guy told me, so you have to come up with a name that is a big band, but in Luganda, a local language. I had never thought in my local language. We are taught in English, and we think in that language. So they tried to help me find a name, and we couldn't find a name for a month. The lady called me. Didn't you like the offer? I said, I liked it. So what's up? I said, I'm trying to. She told me, just do something. You will see what it will be. So we come up with a name. So I looked at the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang. So the word Omugundu, you won't understand it. So Omugundu is like the Big Bang. I was telling these things to Doctor. The Omugundu, the Big Bang. So the show is called Omugundu Gwa Technologia. Then I cut it to Omugundu Gwa Tech. So now you will understand there's some tech in there. And I've done this since September. I started with e-commerce because after COVID, people learned how to buy online. Banks went online, and e-commerce became a thing here. So they could understand that. And I talked about basic things, selling stuff on Facebook and trying to talk about your product. I didn't go the high end of Jumia, Amazon, and Alibaba. I am amazed by what I have been able to deliver. You know, a number of you here may not know what it is, but it's a small giant in on Akabozi every Tuesday, 12 to 1 in Luganda. So I did cybersecurity, I did e-learning, and this Jan we've been doing how social media is influencing the mental illnesses. And then next month I'm thinking, should I go renewable energy? I'm thinking, you know. Yes, and thank you. Yes, and then because for every month I focus on one topic, okay? Then I have an advantage which I have not actually, exploited. I have a 1 hour on Radio 1 for people like Doctor who don't speak Luganda, you know. I have a 1 hour on Radio 1, and that is a focus radio which talks to the policymakers for every one of you that know Radio 1 here. I have not used the 1 hour because they told me now that you have proved it over there, let's get some people to put in some little bit of money, and that is media. Okay? So the 1 hour giant is sleeping and waiting in English, but the Luganda is done. Okay? So what am I saying? You see what we do. Just how many media houses are here? Please put up your hands. Smart TV, put up your hands, please. Clap for them. You will not find journalists who come and sit and sit and sit and come back today and come back tomorrow with their equipment. They stand with you to do an interview. They try to understand. That will be in the BBC maybe. Not here.
They won't. No, it's the same for BBC. They won't.
Okay. So I credit my colleagues here. What is going to help us actually overcome? This century is information driven. The 21st century is information. Whoever thinks is educated, if you don't know how to create information in these ways, graphics, video, audio, and text, you are not educated. If you cannot work with people, these videographers you see here, they used to be photographers. They are no longer photographers. They used to call them, what is that word that I used to hate so much? Paparazzi. I don't even know what it means. So look around. There's a credit of a great job done by a creative designer there. So the 21st century is information driven. And the information is shared on video, graphics, and text, and photography. Mark those things. Then we go into media with people who know how to deliver the topic. When I sit down with Doctor, we will actually have a conversation. When you're hosted by Chamagero, you will actually have a conversation. Not every host on a media house can talk about renewable energy. They can buzz you about a musician or who beat who or whatever. These girls who are beat on TikTok, and they can do that. Every one of them can do that. So as I finish, I would like to request every one of you who is in this house. My brother from Congo, Brazzaville, and my sister from Tanzania. We need to break the chain of so much. The gentleman yesterday talked about information. There's so much information in Africa, but it's within a small circle. And if this century is driven by information, we need to get hands-on with creating it. Those photographers should not just come around and you pay them on the list. They are the least paid on your budget. They are the least paid. The value of a 1-minute video that moves across, and you check it on TikTok, it has over 40,000 views. But how much did you pay the videographer? So I thank you so much. I was dying to share the things since yesterday.
You've got the networks, and then everybody else, there's the start of your building your network if you haven't done it already. I have the microphone and use my voice. I think there's some great stuff
Line in.
Yeah. Well, I'm responding to the question which has been posed. And then the key things for communication strategy, which I thought of, were one, I thought of like the target audience. You have to look into which people are you delivering the information to. Then you have to look the objectives also. The objectives, like what are your intentions? I would think of that. Then the channels. Which channels are you using to communicate? Like how are you delivering the information which you will have to communicate? Those are the three things I would think of.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm sure our journalist friends would say that audience is the top, absolutely top at any communication strategy. If you don't know your audience, you're not going to succeed. Yeah? Would you agree with me? Yeah, thank you. So we often forget the audience when we're busy working away on objectives and so on. Tell the right story to the right audience and you will achieve your objectives. So I don't think I've got anything fresh to add at this point, but I'm very happy to take any questions if my voice holds out. So is there any further questions or any comments anyone wants to make? Colleague at the front here.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. I would like to know what can I do to convince people if you are speaking and your audience doesn't pay attention to your communication. What can you do to convince them?
Your audience doesn't pay attention?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's always difficult. So you've got to find something that interests them. You've got to start with where they are. So find a connection with your audience. What is it that they're interested in? What do they care about? And if you can find that connection, then it's much, much easier to then talk about what you want to talk about. Something, even if it's a very personal thing, you know, I knew this morning that pretty much everybody would have had breakfast. And, you know, I know that that's a point where we can all communicate. We're all humans. Find that human point of connection, and then you can start to build a conversation. That's what I would suggest. I don't know if anybody's got any further comments. Anyone else? Hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. My concern is we are having a challenge in the renewable energy field that with the technology, like in the past, and how people perceive some of the technologies now. What are those techniques, or how do we communicate, or how do we package the message to communicate or market the improved technologies and help in changing the attitude of people towards renewable technologies regarding considering the past challenges of they are fake, they don't work, they're expensive. We are facing those challenges. So what are those things that we need to do to improve on the attitude? Thank you.
Thank you, that's a great question. I think it's something that came up yesterday that I heard, that it's about building trust. So I agree that we've had the same issues in the UK, that heat pumps have been installed and they haven't worked, or they've been installed by people who don't know what they're doing. So trust is huge, and people are inherently frightened of change. And so it's about, so a lot of the work we have to do in communication at this point, I think, is behaviour change. So it's about raising awareness of the new technologies and instilling the fact that they are safe, that they are not, they're going to save money, and that they will work. And so there's probably a piece of work that needs to be done that is broader than just your particular technologies, but about raising awareness of the shift that's going to happen and the fact that it is going to save people money long term and that they will work. So there's no one thing I would say, but it's just going back to the point we just had. If your audience is not hearing you, how can you connect with them? So you need to listen to those stories of people who've had bad experiences and then turn that round and say, okay, so how can we help you make this better? How can we build trust? What is it we can do to instill trust around this particular technology or product? And I think if you can show some effective working practices, you know, if you've got a technology that's going in that is working really well, so that's demonstrating it, and then you actually make sure that when it goes into somebody's home or business, that it works and there's proper backup. I was really impressed with some of the early conversations about the backup that needs to be there. So if something goes wrong, you've got good customer service to make sure that it works, you know, any glitches are ironed out very quickly, and people trust that they know that they can put something in, it's going to save them money long term, and there'll be backup there if those things are going wrong, and they will feel secure in the knowledge that they've got, you know, 3 years, they're going to really sort of see the benefit of that. So customer service, behaviour change, trust. Do we have the mic for the front here?
Yeah, I just wanted to share an idea.
Yeah.
Because, sorry to come back again, but when you listen to what she's saying is market. What most of the renewable energy innovations need is like the situation that happened in COVID. None of us put on a mask because it was fashionable. That was policy. If we got that, that would be very wonderful, but it's hard.
I think it's a bit of both, isn't it? Carrot and stick.
Yes.
Carrot and stick. So policy and persuasion. Yeah.
Yes. It's a little hard because that was government. It worked so much, and everyone, even the last person who couldn't afford a mask, they would save whatever they had. They would use the last penny they had to buy a mask because it was a policy. What I would like to, I don't know most of the things that we're doing here, but how many of us here are using like a stove? How many? How many of you? Anything. So you see that? Not all of us. Not all of us. Me, I'm not, I don't. So why not? You cannot sell a product to somebody and you're not using it. So that is one. Let us convince ourselves that it starts with the one. The last one. You should not solve our problems. Like when you were in a class and you did a project. You want to present a project. Let's go out there, because what class will teach you is the formula. Let's go out there and look for the problems. You solve the problem. You innovate depending on the problem. What class has told you is the solution. So if we have our stoves, it's very nice. But do those people want nice? They want affordable. Okay? That is one of it. There are those who want fancy. You go to Parliament. Does every MP have a stove? Why shouldn't they?
So that's a really good point. So in the UK government, we took, well, I didn't, but my colleagues took heat pumps. So our lawmakers, our policymakers, our MPs, said they didn't know what a heat pump was, how it worked. So we took a heat pump into Parliament and demonstrated, and the room was absolutely filled with MPs helping them understand how the technology works. So that's a great piece of marketing. But actually, I think that's good for policy, but going right back to that point where you've still got to market it out to the population, you've got to build that trust. I think that's really important, and I think you're absolutely right. You know, I've got a hybrid car, I haven't got an EV, and I'm talking about EV policy all the time. So role modelling is really important, but I know the reason why I haven't, because I can't afford one. So I want the policy to direct the fact that it will bring down the cost of the EVs. So it's a bit of both. You've got to work with policymakers, you've got to build trust when you're marketing, you've got to repeat your messages over and over again, 7 times at the very minimum, and then be role models. So that's great. It's a really great point. Thanks. We've got a friend at the front.
Thank you very much, Jane. I think I've loved the presentation. about the media strategy. My name again is Dan Malone. I'm the chairman of Ugandan National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association, Alliance rather, UNREA. I just wanted to share briefly my experience in terms of, I think, the context of media strategy that we're sharing. Before I became busy with all this energy and whatever, I think I also had a stint in the media environment. And I think the other day we met Patrick, who hadn't met for a long time. And he was trying to say, well, where did we meet? I said, I think we did some media work together. At that time I was reporting for government media, UBC TV and the New Vision, which is the government leading news daily. So one time I think I came across one of the government ministries, and that was the Ministry of Trade. And I interacted with the minister then, General Kahinda Otafire, and he was asking me a question. He says, you as the people in the media, why is it that we don't have media stories about trade, trending? So I gave him a scenario. I said, Honorable Major General, the problem is that every time we are invited, or the media is invited to cover stories about trade, you invite us in the high-tech hotels around the city of Kampala. You know, we're at Serena, we're at the Sheraton, we are at Onomo Gallery, Onomo Hotel. So, but that's not where the trade is happening. Trade is happening right in the countryside. You're going to, maybe driving to Busia to open a one-stop border post for trade between Kenya and Uganda, but you're not going along with any media personality. You're just driving the commissioner, the director, the minister of state, and the minister, the permanent secretary, and then you expect to go there and see your stories in the media. It doesn't happen like that. So in the same way, I think if we also need to get the media stories on renewable energy, we might also need to move away. Right now, we've had the privilege of participating in this workshop for 3 days at this place. Very prestigious. I like it. But like Patrick has just asked, he says, how many of us are using a stove? So how many renewable energy practitioners are under this roof? And why do we think a story from here will go into the media? Maybe Patrick will find a way of putting the media, because he has been here for 3 days and he's trying to make sense out of what we are talking about, so that he can simplify that for the person on the ground to be able to understand what actually we are talking about. But one of the things that we need to do, if we need to have as many stories in the media as possible about the subject matter that we're talking about, let's try to get time and go exactly where the renewable energy is happening, so that we can attract the attention of that person on the ground, we can make it relevant to them, we can give it the human interest perspective. Otherwise, apart from that, we remain at this level of policymakers, very intellectual kind of conversation, but then it remains up here. So I think that is very relevant, going down to where it is actually happening.
That's such a great point, and thank you for underlining that, because there's nothing more important than having the real stories of the real people. Call them beneficiaries, call them case studies. Make sure that you have those lined up now. You know, make sure you've spoken to somebody who's prepared to speak to the media. Make sure you know how to get hold of those people quickly, so when there's a new announcement about something, you can get a film crew down there, you can get a journalist down there. Absolutely brilliant. But case studies on your key things that you want to, your key priorities, as we've talked about, get them lined up now. Train people to be prepared to answer questions. Even, you know, people in, so I used to work for an AIDS organiser, sort of helping with educating around AIDS, and we had, we called them mentors. They were women who had been gone through the programme and now were working to help other women with AIDS, and they became our spokespeople. So we had a team of spokespeople who'd gone through the programme themselves and then become mentors. So something like that, training up teams of people who have benefited from these technologies, who are able to speak to them in a range of different places. As you say, getting film crews out to various locations where things are happening, really important. So thank you for that. Thank you. I'm being pointed at. It has gone on rather longer, so I really appreciate all your input. Thank you so much for participating and making this a real dialogue, because I think that's what communications is all about. So I'll wrap up now. It's time for coffee, but please do feel free to ask me any questions, but not in the lift. And we'll go for coffee out there. Thank you very much, everybody.
We don't have a moderator, so I should leap into the breach. And I suggest if you're a tall person, then you're very welcome. Coffee and
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability and transparency as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories. We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, our radio drama series. So that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy.
African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beautiful Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Correct, Nyabo. Waliwa. Nyabo. Waliwa. Oh, Nakurala, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom.
money.
But I get Zako.
We should always have open hands. Because God has this plan for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where I work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory, as I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Coney War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different home state. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to a case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside Uganda, for all the efforts throughout the years to get us to this point. There's still a lot more we are going to do together, a lot more products on energy, services on energy, working together with all of you to move Uganda forward, to continue increasing the numbers on access, Thank you very much.
My name is Opio Innocent Miria. I work as an energy researcher at Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. You're welcome to this demonstration, which is more about gasification. What you're seeing in the background is a gas fire. It's a technology we imported from US, from a company called All Power Lab. Gas fire works based on the process of gasification. Gasification is a process where biomass is converted into syngas by running it or converting it through high temperature but under controlled oxygen. The end product is normally a gas with high concentration of carbon monoxide and some other like methane. The importance about this is gasification can convert waste, the waste which is in the form of biomass, for example, waste from agro processing, or maybe from agricultural activities like rice husk, coffee husk, or maize cobs, can all be converted into the syngas, and then the syngas is used for running an engine which will later on provide electricity to run other appliances. In Uganda, we have been implementing this project to add values to farmers, especially in the northern part of the country where electricity grid has been limited. Majority of the farmers were having the waste, but they were not having any electricity to transform their their seeds or their crops or their grains into a product that can earn more money. Therefore, this project came in to help them convert that waste into syngas and then use that syngas to run electricity, and the electricity was being used to mill maize, to mill paste, that is grinding groundnuts, and also threshing like the rice among crops. So how does this gas fire work? Gas fire uses different types of feedstock. One of it is the maize cobs. This is a byproduct of agriculture after removing the grains. Then we process this by drying it and cutting it into pieces. The size is between 30 to 50 millimeters. That is required to fit in the hopper. The hopper, of course, is where you pour this feedstock, and then other feedstock, other agricultural waste like coffee husk. You cannot use it alone as coffee husk. We always mix it with maize cobs, or where you have wood chips, we also mix it with the wood chips at a ratio of 50-50. Why we are mixing? Because the sizes of this is too small, and so when you pour it in the hopper, it tends to settle, and the process of pushing it into the reactor by the agar becomes a bit difficult when it is only the coffee husk. So because this is bigger, it tends to help to push it into the reactor. These different feedstock, they have their own quality or properties that is suitable for this process. Maize cobs is very good, but its working temperature is limited to 900. If you operate this gas fire on maize cobs at temperature above 1000, it will start forming clinker. That is, the ash that is coming out after the combustion will melt to form a solid component that will prevent the flow of the rest of the feedstock. This is because maize cobs contain high concentration of silica, potassium, or sometimes calcium. These elements I've mentioned tend to reduce the melting temperature of the ash. We have found that wood chips, especially from hardwood, is much better than all the feedstock I've mentioned from the agro-based activities. But of course, the challenge is getting it or processing it is a bit difficult. We have also tested using pellets, where, of course, this we have procured it. Pellets also works well, but it will depend on the different materials from which it has been produced. We have tried with fecal sludge. It worked well, but fecal sludge contains a lot of sand, and it tends to produce a lot of ash, and therefore reducing the efficiency of the engine. This filter contain the different filtering material. As I mentioned, we normally put like about 5 to 10 centimeters of biochar. This is because biochar has the property of absorbing moisture, and also, like in the pores, it can absorb other components that comes along with the syngas, which is tar. Like if you want to know the temperature, how hot it is inside there, you just press here to see the temperature. If you want to know the pressure, these tubes here, they are connected to some points where it will tell you the pressure inside here. Then also, if you want to know Within the pressure, there's minimum, there's maximum. Also within the temperature, there's minimum, there's maximum, so you can select all the parameters you need for operation. Then this one is, of course, will be telling you also the engine RPM. Accessories are the blowers, because when you are running this, it will be pulling. That one is connected to the top of this, that pulls that gas now through this filter and passes it to the engine. Or else, if you close this, it means this one is connected here, and then it is connected on top of this. So if I'm running, if I'm just starting, it means the quality of the gas is poor. I close this, which is going to the engine, then I open this, which is going to the flare. So you can hear this blower is sucking through. So it will be sucking the syngas from the gas fire all through the filter, and then it goes to the flare. But once the gas quality, you see it from the temperature here, if the temperature is about 600 to 700, the gas quality is now good. You'll even hear, or you'll see flame at the flare. So as the flame is burning, and then when the quality is very good, the flare will begin sucking the flame inside. Then that is an indication that you should now close this one going to the flare, and then you open this one going to the engine. After opening this, then immediately you turn on the engine. Of course, you now reduce the gas and also the air, because the suction created by the engine will pull that gas from the reactor through this filter by itself as the engine is combusting. So initially it is closed. This is the lighting port. So when I want to light, I will open this lighting port, and then once I've opened this propane gas, then I will aim at the port. For about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the quality of the feedstock inside. Of course, prior to this, we normally inject some paraffin just to help, because the different feedstock has different volatility. Volatility is how fast it catches fire. Like after 5 to 10 minutes, then I go to begin balancing the gas and the air. Once it has caught fire, then you'll see smoke coming through this flare. You control that by adjusting these blowers. You see that blower is also supplying the oxygen for combustion of that gas. And this one is to suck the syngas through a line, pulling it through the filter, and it comes through this. So once I've closed this line, when the syngas is good, then it means it is the engine that will be pulling the syngas now through the filter until it goes into the engine. So when the engine is running, that suction pressure is created automatically.
My name is Makayo Kure. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology of Makerere University. In that position, I offer graduate courses in bioenergy and design of thermal systems, among others. I would like to welcome you to this presentation on the topic of burning and gasification of biomass. We will start with a few principles. When a substance burns, we say it combusts. So I'll be using burning and combustion simultaneously. Burning or combustion is a rapid reaction between a substance and oxygen that releases heat and light. A fuel in that is then a substance that reacts with oxygen under high temperature conditions to release useful energy. Now, fuels contain hydrogen and carbon. That's why sometimes they are called hydrocarbons, which, when each of these substances burn, turn into carbon dioxide and water and release a large amount of energy. Actually, the energy in the biomass is from the sun, which is converted to chemical energy through photosynthesis. Subsequently, when a person burns dried plants or wood to produce energy in the form of heat and light, he or she is releasing the sun's energy originally stored in that plant or in that wood through photosynthesis. To bring this home in our area here in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to note that most of the energy used in the households, in commercial places, even industries, comes mostly from biomass. Another principle to note is that plenty of air is needed to provide enough oxygen for a fuel to burn completely. Oxygen must be provided in excess to ensure complete combustion of the fuel. Plenty of oxygen is required to ensure complete combustion, i.e. eliminate incomplete combustion and maximize heat generation. If there is a shortage of fuel, of air, oxygen in this case, incomplete combustion of fuel takes place. So instead of producing carbon dioxide and water, incomplete combustion produces carbon monoxide and even particles of carbon soot, also known as smoke. This incomplete combustion also releases less energy than complete combustion. If you have a piece of wood which you want to burn, you need to put it under conditions that it will start the fire. So for the wood to catch fire, there must be a number of things. You need oxygen, and you need some initial heat source that to raise the temperature that will sustain combustion. Otherwise, if the temperature is low, the fire dies. Let's talk about what exactly happens when a piece of wood catches fire. It goes through a number of processes. One, when wood gets hot, it releases some gases, and these are termed volatiles because they evaporate. These volatiles may then burn if there is sufficient oxygen and temperature. Now, not all wood vaporizes. A good portion remains. This part which remains is a solid carbon black material, technically called char, or simply charcoal in common language. The third process is that some of the radiant heat from the flame strikes the wood. I'm talking about the flame that comes out of burning of the gases which have evaporated from the wood. So that flame is hot. It's hotter than the wood. So some of that heat is radiated back to the wood, which causes further decomposition. Hence, it maintains the cycle and the fire keeps burning. The gases can be released at about 200 to 300 degrees Celsius or centigrade, but complete combustion takes place at about 650 degrees or more. The next process is that when there is complete combustion, the region where the combustion takes place emits light and is seen as a flame. Complete combustion leads to a blue or colorless flame. If the gases from the wood are unburned, they escape as smoke, as I said earlier, and of course, smoke.
We need these things are just going to fly straight over your head. The way of achieving appropriate practical implementation is through collaborating with local businesses. And this, of course, also generates employment, it generates entrepreneurship, it generates quality jobs. So that the establishment, the implementation of renewable energy in countries like Uganda or Tanzania or Congo-Brazzaville is not being done by companies from abroad, it's being done by businesses within the country. Something that's very useful, that was an outcome of the Millennium Development Goals, is the Sustainable Development Goals. Interestingly, when the Millennium Development Goals were first proposed, they didn't include energy. But energy was included in the Sustainable Development Goals as SDG 7, universal access to affordable, clean, modern energy. And this gives us a common vision, a goal that we can go towards. That's a high-level goal. It's agreed by government. It's agreed internationally, and it's something that we can work towards and say that our practical, small things that we're doing right are going to help solve these global problems that are outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, next slide. Okay, communication. There's a lot of tweeting going on. Here, discussion that was in the previous session by Arthur, who is a climate change activist, and he correctly pointed out Global South faces the worst impact of climate change, but there's no talks and negotiations that culminate into cancelling our climate debts. And he called me out. The professor from the University of Leeds has also failed to put his mind around this climate change challenge and answer to my question. Now the question is, can I change climate change? Can I influence climate change? Negotiations, my personal effect is very limited, but there are things that I can influence. But I want to have a look at that climate change question a little bit, because when I'm doing this work on renewable energies, and even when I've been putting together the massive open online courses, people at the University of Leeds say, oh, you've got to put in this stuff about climate change. I said, we're not doing climate change. I'm not doing climate change. With my partners here in Creek or in Tanzania or in Congo Brazzaville, the work isn't about climate change. We're doing small things. We're doing the right things. What we're trying to do is aim towards Sustainable Development Goal 7. And so that isn't necessarily geared towards climate change. Next slide. Climate change is a big problem, you know. It's defining human development, challenge of the 21st century. Failure to respond to the challenge will stall and then reverse international efforts to reduce poverty. The poorest countries and most vulnerable citizens will suffer the earliest and most damaging setbacks, even though they have contributed least to the problem. All that is very, very true. Next slide. Climate justice links human rights and development to achieve a human-centered approach, safeguarding the rights of the most vulnerable and sharing the burdens of benefit of climate change and its resolution equitably and fairly. You can't argue with that. It's absolutely true. So, you know, that's a fact. But what can we actually do about it? This cartoon came out many years ago now. It's great. I use it a lot in my teaching. And here you have somebody at a climate change negotiation conference saying, you know, if
Radio, Bluetooth mode, Bluetooth connecting, please wait.
If we start to tackle the underlying reasons for climate change, then we can lead towards energy independence, preserve rainforests, sustainability, green jobs, livable cities.
Bluetooth connected.
Renewables, clean water, air, healthy children. This is what we're doing in our projects, working with Creek, working with DIT, working with University of Marianne and Goabi. And of course what's happening is that you're getting very big interests, the so-called climate change deniers or the large transnational companies saying, what if it's a big hoax and we create a better world for nothing? What we're trying to do is to create a better world. The effect that our work is having on climate change is a byproduct of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7. Next slide. Yeah, go ahead. Replacing fossil fuels is an enormous task. A relatively small proportion of the global population and the world's nations use most of the fossil fuels. And you can see here we have gas, oil, coal, and the renewables are up there. It's a relatively small percentage. The work that we're doing here on microgrids, on bioenergy, on biogas, clean cooking stoves, is not going to make a dent in this. The level of traditional biomass is something that's been relatively constant throughout time. We need to focus on our single message, on the things that we can do, the things that we can achieve. Having an argument with government about fossil fuel use and exploitation is not going to further our aims. It's not going to be the right thing for us to focus on in our dissemination strategies. Next slide. The energy use per person, it's quite clear that a limited number of people in relatively few countries are using most of the energy. And our projects and our work is focused around in these areas, and the amount of energy use per person is quite low. We can change individual lives by bringing people clean, affordable, modern energy in Sustainable Goal 7. Next slide. And this is the per capita energy consumption, and you can see in countries like Uganda, Tanzania, and so on, the per capita energy consumption is low. These people do not contribute to greenhouse gas emissions that are causing anthropogenic climate change. Next slide. In terms of electricity access, this shows here in red and yellow the countries that have very low electricity access. The technology is available now through solar, wind, hydro, bioenergy, through microgrids to bring electricity access to people, even in the most remotest renewable locations, and it's also affordable. That wasn't there a few years ago. It's there now, and we can do it. Okay, just to summarize that argument, most countries in Africa do not contribute to dangerous anthropogenic emissions. We shouldn't be worrying about climate change in Africa. They're not responsible for the climate chaos that many countries are now experiencing. Renewable energy for Sustainable Goal 7 is for sustainable development, and that sustainable development is social, environmental, and economic development and resilience. It also provides resilience against the climate chaos that is being caused by a relatively small proportion of the global population through releasing dangerous anthropogenic emissions. So responsibility for dangerous anthropogenic emissions is a different debate. So it's not something that we need to be disseminating within our work on renewable energy to achieve SDG 7. Okay, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There's SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, but clean energy contributes to many other Sustainable Development Goals, and I'll just show a few of those. The next. End poverty in all its forms everywhere. Well, that's quite a big high-end goal. Next slide. And here you see a contribution that the project is making to help end poverty by designing microgrids for, in this case, the Watoto Orphan Village in Uganda. So here we can make a direct, small, local contribution to that high-level goal. Ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Next slide. So, cooking technologies in Uganda, moving from a traditional three-stone fire to a micro gasifier. This is work that can be done. This is technologies that can be disseminated by the scientists, by the organizations that we have here. Next slide. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. When we set out, when we initially designed the projects 10 years ago, we aimed for gender balance in the staffing and in the capacity building. Next slide. And here you can see the team at Creek leading the training that was carried out within a gender balanced audience during the project. Next slide. And Dr. Mwaka here is an example of one of the students that came through the capacity building process. Next slide. And we're taking this message internationally as well. Here we are in Jakarta in Indonesia in December 2019, where the team from Africa came over to Indonesia and presented their work at a workshop in Jakarta where we brought the stakeholders together from government, from ministries, from the communities that we are working with the projects. And again, look at the gender balance in that picture. We worked hard to have a balanced audience. The other thing that we've been working hard on with dissemination is getting high quality research-led information out to a global audience. We've been using the platform FutureLearn, which has about 17 million people registered on it globally. This is the first course that we produced, which was Achieving Sustainability through Bioenergy, which we launched at COP26 in the UK. This now has 2,220 people enrolled on the course. We've had very good feedback from the participants who've used the course. Next slide. And it's a genuine collaboration of many different organisations. Obviously, it takes money to produce the course. It costs about £25,000 per course to put together. If we're just looking at the production costs, and that doesn't include the costs of all the staff who are working on it. And we had funding from the different research organisations and UK Aid, and then the content was provided by our partners, in this case in Mexico, in Indonesia, Creek here in Uganda, Biopi in Indonesia. We work with the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, as well, and with NGOs in Mexico as well, to make it a truly international course. The course that we launched in November was on microgrids. As yet, we haven't had the kind of uptake that we would like on this course. We're not sure where we're going wrong with our dissemination. It is quite a technical course, and one of the things that we would like to do at this meeting here is to launch this this course here in Uganda, and that hopefully we can get more uptake from people with an interest in microgrids, practitioners especially, so that you can have an introduction to the kind of tools that we've developed, and we will show you a clip from the course in a few minutes. Next slide. This is the learning outcomes and the syllabus from this course. So it outlines the basic principles of energy networks and microgrids, understand global electricity access and distribution, the principles of universal access to clean energy and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 7, investigate interdisciplinary approaches to renewable energy, evaluate the pros and cons of different approaches to electrification, consider interaction between technical, social, economic and environmental concepts of electrification, develop practical skills for the development of integrated energy networks and microgrids, evaluate the social and economic impacts of microgrid technologies, and investigate the methods used in the technical design of microgrids. That's quite a lot for a 2-week course. So in that 2-week course, we can really only provide an introduction, but there's a lot of material there that you can download. Access to the course is free of charge. The free of charge access only lasts for 2 weeks, but you can download a lot of information, including the transcripts, the videos, and all sorts of other documents from the course. The other thing that we've been doing...
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait.
The other thing that we've been doing as part of the dissemination activities is using YouTube live events. So when we launched the bioenergy course at COP26, we had a YouTube live event. Mary Susan was part of the panel there, and we've had 42,000 views of that live event. When we launched the microgrid course at COP27, we've had 2,400 views of that, and the other live session that we did was on the future of digital education, and we've had 1,500 views of that. So these YouTube live events have been getting out and getting to audiences, but we're not seeing that necessarily in the uptake of the educational tools that we're providing on these open access platforms. Okay, I think that's the last slide. So, if we can show some clips.
Bluetooth. Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait.
Okay, this is a video about Piety Plan from
Bluetooth connected.
And if we can get the sound on that, I'll turn this off so we don't get feedback.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait. Bluetooth connected.
PyEPlan can be accessed from pyeplan.sbs-lab.org. So here we have an introduction to the software, the different functionalities of the software, which includes the different modules, where we have the data processing modules, the feeder routing module, the investment planning module, and the operational planning module. And in the website, you also find a guide to the installation of PyEPlan. If you want to install it on your own computer, you should be aware that PyEPlan can as well be used with platforms such as Google Colab or Kaggle. So we'll provide you with a guideline on the installation and the different packages you'll need in case you're installing it on your computer. As well, we'll provide you a guideline on the input data that you need to input and how exactly you need to input it. Also, you have the output data as well and how you are able to read the different output of your results. So in the examples, we have different examples that can help you use PyEPlan. So these examples have been prepared and can be used either using the Jupyter Notebook for those who are using Python on their computer, or can be accessed using the Google Colab. So if you're using PyEPlan from the Google Colab platform, then you could use some of these examples and you can go through it. So I'll take you through one of the examples and show you how the different modules perform. So one, we have the data processing modules. So basically in the data processing module, what you need to give it is the latitude and longitude of your location, and it will be able to provide you with PV generation or wind generation profiles that you can then use in your planning. So as well, it will have a clustering algorithm that can reduce this data, historical data, including very many days or years, into small clusters that can be fast developed. So in the PV generation, all you need in the data processing, the module, all you need to provide is the latitude and longitude of where your microgrid is going to be located, as well as the historical data that you will need. The load consumption data is one which you will have to provide on your own based on your load demand, but we can provide examples on how to include this in the input data tab on the website. So the second module is the network configuration, where you're supposed to provide different GIS locations for your users and your generators, potential generators. So you provide this GIS location based on the guide that we've provided you. So you'll find a file of how you need to input the GIS location of the different points. So the feeder routing will take the information that you've given it and using different algorithms provide a network layout. So in this case, we have our total system layout where we can see the layout of the village given the load survey that was done, and this can also be viewed on a map. The feeder routing, since it uses GIS locations, can easily map your network onto Google Map as is shown here. So this is Watoto village, and these are the different load points that are available, and this was the optimal network configuration that was designed. And then thirdly, we have the investment module. So in this example, we can use PyEplan based as well. Again, in the input data, you'll be given a guideline on what data you would need for the investment module and how to design it and input it. This is usually using CSV files. And then using the data you've provided to the software, you can be able to optimize the network, both optimize in case of investments and operations. So your output, you're able to see how many, for example, batteries are installed in the system, how many solar units are installed in the system, or aspects like whether all the load demand has been served by the installed generators. As you can see here, we have all load demand served because we have 0 values for unserved load demand. In this case, I'm using a Google Colab to run PyEplan, but as mentioned, you can also run this on your own software, on your own laptop using a Jupyter Notebook or Spider.
Okay, thank you very much. That's just an example of the information that's in the training output. So this is a microgrid design software. It's in Python, it's open access, it's free to use. So what we would like to do is at this meeting is to launch this. Creek is developing expertise in using PyEplan, and I hope Mary Susan will soon be able to run training courses. We've been discussing establishing a spin-out company to support people to use PyEplan for designing microgrids, but it's all there. Anybody can access it. You don't have to pay, and because it's in open access software, Python, it means that you can also adapt it and build it for your own specific needs. Now, from my side, I'm an institutional economist, and so when I look at that, then my eyes go, oh, this is a little bit technical, but I'm hoping in the room here, there are plenty of people who, when they see things like that, they go, aha, it's like Mary Susan, when she said what are the 3 things that she liked, she said, one of the things I like is mathematics. Well, there you go, you have it all if you like computer programming as well, microgrid design systems, then it's all there for you. Okay, I'll finish there. Do you have some more of the video outputs from Creek in terms of the material that was prepared for dissemination? Like I think we've shown beautiful asses, we've shown bits of the Kampala. Are there, Mary Susan, do you have any more of the Creek video outputs that you would like to show?
Yes, there's more.
Okay, do you have that ready? Okay, then I will hand over to you to show those. Oh, maybe we should. Sorry. Maybe we should. Does anybody have any questions before This is where we need the moderator. It should be. Yes, please. Do we have the other microphone?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. John, for that captivating presentation. Your presentation touched more on climate change, and as we talk about the renewable energy, we also need to put into consideration the effects of climate change, and that was good. But then, I don't know if most of you have heard about the Next Leaders Initiative for Sustainability. I think that is an initiative from Japan. I think around April, NELIS with other partners, and that is the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Nairobi, will convene the first ever African summit on the 4 revolutions. Why am I bringing it up? Under the NELIS initiative, the Japanese and other world leaders believe they came up with 4 revolutions.
Bluetooth connected.
And these are number 1, food, number 2, water, number 3, circular ecosystems and resources. And then lastly, where we fall, the sector we're talking about, that is climate change and energy. And they're like, they say that the 4 revolution will be like kind of a unique co-creative ecosystem that will aim to help humanity solve the four survival challenges, the 4 revolutions I've talked about for the next generation. And hopefully, let's hope maybe it will work out. But then, the one which I wanted to ask you as a question was that you also clearly pointed it out that we as Africa, we are not the number 1 polluters. We all know, it is written everywhere, that the top world polluters are USA and China. But then they go ahead to put this fund, the Green Energy Fund, the climate finance. But then my issue is about, because most of the organizations have always tried to access that fund, the issue of bureaucracy. I don't know how, going forward, I don't know how we are going to break that, because accessing those funds is really hard, and yet each and every year they say that the funds are there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, microphone technology eluding me. Is that working okay? Can you hear? Okay, I'll use traditional lecture methods. You're absolutely right. There is a link between climate change and energy, and the government of Japan that you mentioned is perfectly right to be engaged with that link between climate change and energy, because a highly industrialized country like Japan is releasing significant quantities of greenhouse gases that we know are causing anthropogenic emissions that are changing the climate. As you also mentioned, USA and China. Uganda is not a major contributor. Neither are most of the countries in Africa contributors to climate change. So when we're talking about energy in Uganda, what we're talking about here is contributing to Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is improving people's health, well-being, poverty reduction. So climate change is not really part of that. As you correctly pointed out, the developed countries who are major emitters illustrated things like underneath the Kalena Protocol, the Clean Development Mechanism, that was used to fund some of the major projects. I was looking, I think there was a hydropower project in Uganda that was funded underneath the Clean Development Mechanism. But those funds, they're coming through government because these kinds of funds are bilateral agreements. So really that conversation is something that you need to have within Uganda with those national focal points. Mary Susan, do you have any experience of discussions within government with things like the Green Development Fund or the national focal points for the conversations with the United Nations Climate Change Convention funds that are available? No. Does anybody here in the... Okay, this illustrates the problem that we're facing. That here we have a lot of people who are renewable energy professionals, we have a lot of journalists in the room, and yet these there we go. Yet these high-level funds are not really accessible to the people who are actively implementing Sustainable Development Goal 7 on energy. But that's a conversation that needs to be played out nationally, so that the national focal points, the politicians who are involved in these negotiations, are doing their own bit of communication and disseminating and getting out and talking to the people who are actively implementing renewable energy projects. Yeah, so you have a follow-up point.
You reminded me something, eh? Yeah, we've all heard of COP. I think the recent one was in Cairo, was in Egypt. And then when you hinted on the negotiations, I need to be honest here, most of we, the Africans, when we go for, like now the one of Egypt, it's like most people go there for vacations and maybe taking photos with the pyramids and what have you, and now the next one is going to be in Dubai. So I think what we need to do is we need to go there like for serious business and really push for those negotiations. Yeah, like really pretty serious. Yeah. Yeah. And we actually hold those people accountable for whatever actions they are making.
Yeah, that's very true. But these COPs are very large, very complex negotiations, and the important thing is to focus on those components of the negotiations where there is direct relevance. So that would be things like the technology transfer mechanisms. A lot of negotiation components don't have a direct relevance to the implementation and achieving of Sustainable Development Goal 7. Okay, is there another question then? Please.
Thank you, Professor. My question is about the course that you shared, the Pi E-Plan tool. I just wanted to know, for some, like, have there really been publications and case studies of actual microgrids that are out in the community that have been used with this tool? And then also coming in like from a planning perspective, sometimes certain user interfaces are not so easy to be used. By Pi E-Plan, most probably it's code as they shared. Is there a point where we'll have like a web-based interface that is easier to use, where any other like sort of someone who is interested in like determining investments and all of that would be able to use this particular tool? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point. My recommendation would be to have a look at the microgrid course which is free of charge, free of access. You can register on the FutureLearn platform, and you have 2 weeks free access to the course. Within the course, Agnes she talks about the PAI plan. There are links to the website, there are links to documents on the PAI plan website. You can download the different case studies, and in fact Agnes did her PhD using the case study of Watoto Homes. So it is all there. Obviously to build the kind of user-friendly interface that you might get with commercial programs, that's more expensive. This program is free to access, it's free of charge, and because it's open source, then it also means that people can adapt it to their own needs. As I mentioned earlier, we're sort of in discussions at the moment with Mary Susan Creek about establishing a support unit at Creek that would be a kind of PAI plan spin-out to assist people who are designing microgrids using PAI plan so that we can disseminate it effectively. But yeah, you do need to have some certain level of technical expertise to be able to use PAI plan. But I also hope that electrical engineers who are designing microgrid systems also have a level of technical expertise in the design of microgrid systems, and so they will be familiar with the type of programming tools and information that is required within PAI plan. Okay, yes, one more question, and then maybe we should move to the other video demonstrations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. And you were talking about the dissemination of renewable energy. That is good. And the problem in Africa, as you say, most of countries in Africa doesn't respect, the decision to, to reduce the production of fossil fuel. Why? Because African countries want to be developed too. We cannot be developed without, cutting, trees. We have to cut. But it's the main problem. If we cut, all of us, we are going to, to die. It is like we are in the canoe together. We are maybe two. The one is at the bottom, and another is up. And the water is getting inside at the bottom. And me, I am inside the canoe. I am saying, okay, it is your work. It's for you to get out this water inside the canoe. And the one is maybe forgot if there is much water inside the canoe, all of them are going to go down. So this is the problem that we have now in Africa. And what we can do to convince, all countries of Africa to respect this decision, because we multiply many crops, but we don't respect what we need. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're all in the same canoe, and we all have to work hard together in order to mitigate against climate change, to lower the dangerous anthropogenic emissions, to implement land use policies that are sustainable and will also mitigate against climate change. That's all true, and in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change negotiations, there is a thing called the NDCs, the National Development Contributions, where each nation has to take responsibility for reducing their emissions in order to lower their impact on the release of dangerous anthropogenic emissions. That is all true, but it's not actually directly part of the debate about the rolling out of renewable energy technologies to the people who need them. We can bear it in mind, but it is not a driver of that renewable energy technology debate. And I think it creates confusion in the dissemination and in the impact. So that if we say, okay, we're going to establish a microgrid in a village in northern Uganda or rural area in Congo, then to say that we've avoided this many emissions by putting the microgrid there, that's not true, because by not putting the microgrid there and people living in their normal way, there wouldn't be any emissions anyway. So bringing that kind of climate change debate into the dissemination message confuses it. And I think we need to focus very clearly that the overarching aim of the work that we're doing is Sustainable Development Goal 7. A byproduct of that might be assisting with reduction in emissions. We can certainly raise awareness about climate change, but it's not what we're doing, it's not the main part of the dissemination message. I struggle in Leeds with trying to convince the people within the university about this. They wanted me to put into the online courses about how these courses were about reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. I said, no, that's not what it's about. And I had to take the text out that they were going to use for promoting the courses and say, no, you can't do that. When I'm running the courses and I'm debating with the people who are engaged, participants, there's active discussion fora in the courses that I engage in when the courses are running for the defined 2-week periods. Initially with the bioenergy one, I was having a lot of very strong debates with people coming in and criticizing bioenergy in all sorts of different ways. When eventually they got to week 2, where we have the case study of a Ugandan village, eventually they go, oh, I understand now, it's not about climate change, it's about helping these people achieve Sustainable Development Goal 7. People come in with these preconceptions because they're bombarded by the media, by activists on both sides of the debate, that it's all about climate change. It's not. It's so that a woman in a kitchen somewhere in Uganda or Congo or Tanzania can be cooking using modern clean energy so that she is not filling her lungs with smoke, and the children who are next to her in the kitchen are not filling their lungs with smoke. That's what it's about. It's SDG 7. It's enabling entrepreneurs to establish businesses that are driven by electricity to provide cooling for their peri-urban dairying systems, or ice machines for their fisheries businesses on an island in Lake Victoria. So it's really important not to confuse it with the climate change debate. That's my opinion anyway. It's okay, if there are no more points, perhaps we'll go back to the moderator and the technical team there and have a look at some of the more of the dissemination outputs.
Thank you very much, Professor John. May we please give him a round of applause? So before we play our next video, I would like to invite a gentleman, Mr. Jimmy Agaba. He's going to tell us how you can use an electric pressure cooker, and then we shall proceed to show you the practical cooking session on the EPC, which you're going to later see in the exhibition outside. Okay? Thank you. Mr. Jimmy, may you please come in?
Good morning or good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. I am Jimmy Agaba, a bioenergy engineer at Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, CREEC. I'm here specifically to talk about electric pressure cookers. And some of you might have seen them outside or in the video playing. And I believe my face is familiar right now because I was also in some of the videos there. Okay. Electric pressure cookers, you would hear some people term them as EPCs. EPC is just a short term. And they are electric appliances that are used for cooking purposes. Basically, they use pressure when you are using them, and we have been studying how they can be used in our local context. We started this study way back in 2020 when people were in lockdown. For us, we were trying to discover and explore more options on how we can penetrate the market as far as e-cooking is concerned. E-cooking is electric cooking or cooking with electricity. So an electric pressure cooker is that appliance that cooks food under pressure but uses electricity. However, when someone hears you talk about cooking with electricity, their mind thinks of how expensive that is, because we have this narrative whereby the appliances that have been on market have not been as efficient as one would think of. But from our pilot studies, we have realized that it is very efficient and it can do almost 80%, 83% of our local dishes. This is one example of it. It is a digital one. I will request a manual one also to be brought, because it will also help us kind of compare these two. Player, help me bring the manual one. So we have the digital one, which has buttons like this one, whereby you will have a selection. Some people are saying that they can't see it. This is the digital one, which has buttons whereby when you are using it, you just press the button and it will be possible for someone Okay, I will control it. Okay, so this one is a digital one whereby you just use buttons to control it, and any food that you select out, it will be possible for it to be cooked within that time. However, with this one, when you are cooking and you press the button, it shows you the time the food will take. However, that time which it shows, it does not account for pressure build-up. So the pressure will first build up, and then after the time will start counting down. So even when you are using it, it doesn't need close monitoring throughout the cooking process, because once the food is ready, then it will automatically switch itself off. And many questions have been, how do you go about the issue of safety? It has a safety mechanism in that when the pressure is built up, it does not allow you to open it. So there is a lock in there that once pressure is built up, it locks automatically. That it locks automatically. So until you release the pressure from inside, it will not open. So in that way, you have to turn this pressure valve, and then the steam inside will come out. So that's how safe it is. And then you will be able to open it and then be able to serve your meal. Then there is this manual one. You just turn the knob, then the time will start counting down. This one, the time starts counting immediately after turning, and it doesn't wait for pressure to first build up. But in either way, the food will get ready within the designated time. So for example, if I'm cooking rice, it will take, a kilogram will take 12 minutes. But on this one, I will set 20 minutes. Having 8 minutes to first build up the pressure, because even when you press here the button for rice, it will take 8 minutes for pressure to first build up, and then the 12 minutes for the actual cooking. Many people are always used of these mini pressure pots that are always used on the charcoal stoves. Just put there, and then pressure is built up, then you release and you get to serve. But these ones are quite unique. When it comes to, I will give a comparison. For example, this is 1,000 watts. That is the rating. And then this one, this is a 6 liter, and then this is a 7 liter, and it is rated 1,200 watts. So that energy rating does not suggest that it is going to draw all that amount. From the study findings, it has shown that this one, it only draws 700 watts. And then this one will draw only 900 watts. And throughout the cooking process, I will use an example of beans in our local context, because people think that it is the one which takes a lot of time to get ready and a lot of energy. When you are using, when you are cooking beans, beans will take, if you are cooking fresh beans, it will take about 40 minutes for it to get ready. But when you are cooking dry beans, here that's where now the issue of variations come in, because different varieties have different hardness. So it will take about between 45 minutes and 1.5 hours, depending on which variety you're having. And even having those different varieties, how long have they been in the store? Because when you buy beans maybe from the farmers and you keep them for quite a long time, there is that tendency of them becoming hard. So, however, all the cooking process will consume, it is always between 0.6 to 0.7 kilowatt hours. That is around between 500 to 600 shillings, that is Ugandan shillings. And that means even a unit cannot be consumed. So what does that suggest? That in terms of energy, it is a saving. And when it comes to the amount, cost-wise, you are also saving, because you will need maybe approximately charcoal of 1,500 to cook your beans. And then when it comes to our culture, Many people want to maintain culture. And here I will talk in the context of the region where we are, Buganda. The Baganda always want their matoke wrapped in banana leaves. So there is, in this one here, there is an assimilation of the mizingoni, those banana stems. So this one acts as that. So when you wrap your matoke very well, they will be able to be placed in here, and you will be able to cook very well your matoke. And after pressing, you will put it back for that simmering process, the steaming session. You will be able to do that very well. And it is not that throughout that process of cooking, you will be consuming power. So after the pressure build-up, the consumption is always cut off until the pressure drops, and then again it picks up. So all that time is accounted within that duration of your cooking process. Then for those who like eating meat, you will still go ahead and prepare your meat very well in the shortest time possible, whether you want it soft, or just soft. It will still do it for you very well. And there is one of our staff members who attempted to prepare cake. And the first trial was good, and the second trial, okay, the first trial was not good, it was fair, but the second trial was good. So all that one, it is possible within here. For those who like eating molokoni, it can simplify your life here, in that within 70 minutes, you will get out your molokoni when it is very soft, and you will not have any complaints. And then also, there are those people who say that I want to eat food, but I just want it boiled, like no frying. So you just put in here your ingredients with the food and you cover it up. So after the cooking session, you will open and you will enjoy your delicacy, and you will not have any complaints. So in terms of time saving, it is perfect. Convenience, affordability here now comes in. Like in the long run, you will find out the value it has. But in the short term, one may easily complain about its cost. But in the long run, they will have to find the benefits. I have testimonies of the people whom we have involved in our studies, whereby you give them one for the study, after that, they will want to purchase more. And there is one of our community participants whereby she has always bought these ones for as gifts to give to the friends. So I am very much convinced with even these figures around that it is one of the appliances that simplifies one's life as far as cooking is concerned, because it doesn't give out those harmful emissions which will affect one's health. And the other aspect is that it can even be operated by anyone. Kids need monitoring because they can easily turn off the valve for the pressure, but as long as one is trained very well, they are good to go. Thank you very much. Unless there are some questions which I can answer. Okay, there is a suggestion that the video be played first, and then questions can be asked. I will do that.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth connecting. Please wait. Bluetooth connected.
pause and we'll call the technical person, but in the meantime, you can be responding to some questions. So, affordability, when it came to affordability, you said it's affordable and then you skipped that and you went. Did you hear that bump? It was so huge, I was like, and I want to see, is that woman here who buys this for friends? Who keeps buying them? We need to know how much is it that we can equally afford. I think that's what board chair was actually alluding to.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of affordability, the price is different for the two. I'm going to give this one first, the first one, which is branded the Sescom, and then I go to the one of DW. You'll find that there is a huge difference in the prices. The Sescom one is Ugandan shillings 450,000 only. Then this one, DW is 300,000 Ugandan shillings only. So where does the difference come in? There are different taxes attached to these ones, and different. They come from different manufacturers. So when you are shipping this one, the dues attached to it is different from that one. This one, it is easier to get here in the country, but this one is difficult to get here. And so that's why the prices are that different. But in the long run, you realize that it is very convenient, and one will want even to have more than one. For those who have used them here, they know the secret behind that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gawa. My concern, now that we've talked about that, I was getting interested, but towards the end, of course, you've allayed my fears about the affordability. But the other fear is now that we're talking about our nice creek and we're doing research, that's where you're based. Do we have cheaper alternatives that are locally made in Uganda? Because now you bring out the import issue. Do we have local products? Because we're trying to build Uganda, buy Uganda, build Uganda. That will be my interest.
Okay, thank you very much. Currently, there is no electric pressure cooker that is being manufactured in Uganda. But however, from our research, we have included that as a recommendation, and we are trying to source for opportunities for it to be manufactured here in Uganda. We are in touch with the different manufacturers and other stakeholders to have at least a factory which can help us do that. Then Doctor wants to add something on that.
Thank you so much, Jimmy and Chairman, for that question. Let me make a comment on affordability and then also local manufacture. So that has been from the inception of the project a key aspect on scaling up to work on local manufacture here with the local artisans that are doing induction cookers. There's a level of capacity in the country, but we have to build that capacity, build the factories, and we have already written a 3 to 5 year plan to start on that path. So that is in process, and with the partners that we're engaging, we believe that it will be possible in 3 to 5 years to set up a local manufacturing unit. Now on affordability, to understand the financial benefit, we have to go into more technical economic terms. If we had someone from the economic side, they would help us, but we've engaged ERA, the economists at ERA, have done some
back of the envelope computation, looking at, for instance, if you compare this to charcoal, roughly 100,000 shillings spent by maybe an average family in Kampala, just to give indication, so about 1.2 million in a year. And you compare with the investment on the e-cooking, looking also at, when we enter into local manufacture, those costs going down with different scales for different market segments. There is still a very good figure in terms of the NPV, or simply put, the payback period. Chairman, you probably understand that, right? The payback period is in a matter of months. So that long-term benefit then financially puts this on the map, and that's why the economists at ERA, the Ministry of Energy, and different partners are seeing this as a potential flagship for e-cooking in Uganda. And as we look at lowering the prices with local manufacture, also engaging negotiations through government on taxes for now, involving local artisans in building the systems here, and generally increasing awareness, but also engaging the people on the financial side in providing, mechanisms for those upfront costs. We've seen cases where, a lady will say, it's too costly for me to get a stove that is 20,000 or 30,000. But when it came to the EPC, we do demonstrations and cook food when we are talking about it. We didn't do it here. Maybe we should have cooked for Issa Matoke. But when we do that, we've seen ladies who would normally say they don't have money to buy a stove, coming up and saying, if you give me this in installments, I see the advantage over time. I can pay it in 3 or 4 steps, and then take the EPC. If that is possible, I'm willing. And they pull out money from their purses. Sometimes they tie, put the money in, unique purses, yeah? They tie the head, and you just see money coming out from one side. So it's about that understanding, that awareness of that long-term financial benefit, and having the right partners on board. And that's what we are doing. And definitely, local manufacture is at the top of our agenda. Thank you. I see Agnes is seated next to Adrian there. Do you want to add something? Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm a courier. I work with CRIC. So most of the presenters are scientists, and they use words like cost-effective and what. So I think I lie in between both the technical people and communications, though I'm still finding my way there. So I'm a statistician, and when Susan was talking about the cost, I could do a small breakdown for you from the studies we have done in the past. So I think for those who do not like math, we shall have to do some numbers here right now. But I think since we're scientists, all of us, yes? Pardon? No, I was just responding to Susan's cost-effective, yes? Cost-effectiveness. So, apart from the price of the electric pressure cookers, we're going to look at a small breakdown of how much income or money you're going to save when you change from charcoal, firewood, or whatever to using the electric pressure cookers. So, using an average home maybe of 5 children, parents, and all that, we'll find that the charcoal, how much is a good sack of charcoal? Anyone who knows? Around 120, yes? So we have our charcoal at around 120,000. And this charcoal goes for about how long? About a month, yes? And most of these families that buy this kind of charcoal are most likely unable to also buy
gas, or they use gas, yes? So if a family is using gas and using charcoal, and this is for man, because most times you cannot start waking up at 5 to light a cigiri to make breakfast or something. So you find that these people are also using gas, and which this gas goes for about a month, yes? So how much is refilling gas? Let's take maybe 6 kilograms. The exact 6, I think it came down, but okay, let's use 70, yeah? Just one easy figure, because we don't want to, people start complaining. So we take 70. So if we do this, what do we get? We have about 190,000. This is for a family that is using charcoal and gas. So if these same people move to an electric pressure cooker, for example, this one is, and from the study that we have done, it was a study with MEX, we found that on average, per meal, an electric pressure cooker will use 0.3 kilowatts, a third of a unit for 1 meal, yes? That is 0.3. So if you cook 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and supper, which some people cook 1, 2, but if you have all the 3, you'll find that in a day, you're using about 1 unit, yes? What is the unit, what's the price of a unit here right now? It's 750 shillings, but let's go with 1,000, yes? Okay. So you have 1 unit per day for 30 days. That will be roughly 30,000, yes? 30,000. So in the end, you're trying to compare 190 and 30,000. So if you shift from using charcoal and go to electric pressure cookers, you have savings of about 160,000. So that's where the cost effectiveness comes from. So if you have 160,000 and they tell you, okay, this is 450. In about 3 months of using the electric pressure cooker, you'll be able to pay this. Even if you got it on a debt, even if you get it on installments, the savings you'll have on this fuel will be able to cover the price of the electric pressure cooker. And in the end, you'll see yourself buying things, luxuries and what, yet you do not know it's because of a pressure cooker. So that's where the cost effectiveness comes from. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I don't know if you had discussed a bit of, the government is trying to promote e-cooking. So there's a reduction in Yaka price if you buy for a certain amount. So actually, if you calculate very well, you find that the unit cost reduces quite considerably. So I don't know if you're aware of that. But overall, I've been using it for about a year, and whatever you're talking about is quite right.
This 30,000 is now dropping to 10,000.
Thank you very much. Jimmy's presentation to me was almost the climax of this event because it incorporated knowledge sharing. Mine is more of a testimony than a question. I like Crick's open door policy, whereby you can go in and get information. So I went to Crick in April, that was 2021, and I got this information when it was still in its early stages, and it appealed to me. I bought my first EPC from Rail, which was a spin-off from Crick, and I went to prove it. Actually, I bought to prove it wrong because the statistics was too good. And luckily enough, I was inspired, and it also, I would like to tell the members here that from that first EPC that I bought, I actually opened up a business selling EPCs in Lira. So this information, such information, wanted to get to everybody. So if everyone, I'm not campaigning for Craig, but as a businessman, this is an opportunity. You can get yourself one and prove it for yourself. And that is the best way we can get information across, not just statistics. Buy one, test it, and you will get value for your money with the EPCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much, Jimmy, for the presentation. Though I almost forgot my questions. My first question is, you compared the two EPCs, and you say they consume less than the rating. You said one consumes 700 watts instead of 1,000 watts, and the other one is consuming around 900 instead of 1,200 watts, right? Is that right? Now, does that vary according to the food, or it's standard? Like, what are those variations? Because I know you've done the CCT tests. Then the other question is about the time it takes for the pressure build-up. Is it also standard, or is according to the type of food someone is preparing? And when you're selling, you told me you're selling some of those. When you're selling those EPCs, do you have some, besides, what's the nature of the manual? Do you have some bit of info that is talking about the way someone is supposed to use the EPC according to the type of food they are preparing for our local dishes here in Uganda? Because if not, it would be good if you got that kind of info, because I've interacted with some of these kind of technologies, but the challenge is, you know, African way of reading. Sometimes you may not read everything, but the time of cooking, you're like, okay, how am I supposed to use this kind of technology, and what are the conditions for this type of food? So it would be good if we had some of that info as people buy, maybe in the form of a brochure if it's not part of the manual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start with the first one. For pressure build-up, when the pressure is building up, it depends on the amount of food that you have put in there. Because if you have put there a liter of water in one, and then the other one, you have put 5 liters of water, the rate at which it will consume, it will absorb the heat, it is different, and so the pressure buildup is different. Then we go to the power consumption, like the actual draw of power when it's being used. It is a standard for all the foods that I have been trying to find out. It is always uniform. Then there is also a manual that talks about how the EPC is used. There is one which comes along with the EPC itself, but there is one which has been simplified to our local context in order to kind of capture the local perspective, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. This is energy, just in simple terms. Energy is mass, there's a constant and change in temperature. So this mass determines how much you're drawing. So the liters of water are relatable to the kilograms of water or food. And that determines how much you're drawing. Thank you.
Also, to supplement, there is actually an e-cookbook for the Ugandan dishes, so that makes marketing and makes tasting much easier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to draw on the durability. How long can it last if it is well handled. And then what are the long-term strategies that your organization has set to ensure that people, especially in our local settings, can adapt to these new technologies? Then also to get clarity, as the pressure builds up in the cooker determines the number of minutes for the meal to get ready. Is it automatic as long as the pressure mounts? Thanks.
Thank you, Agaba and the team. My name is Joshua. I've never used that before, but I'm convinced that if you answer my question, which articulates on what you use to protect from rust. You know our food, our Baganda food. I am quite sure that we use steel wires for washing these things. We use other mechanism to clean the pressure cooker. So I am interested about the rusting bit of it, and if so, what's the timeline? You know, even if when you wash, you keep on cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, does it not fade away? What are the materials you're using for the inside to build inside for pressure cooking? So I think I am interested in knowing about the rusting bit of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the presentation. Mine is a suggestion in response to a question about the menu. I know that Creek has a YouTube channel, they have LinkedIn, they have websites, they have social media sites. So I would suggest that they would make videos showing usability of this product and then present it on those channels, and then when they sell these EPCs, they can direct the people or give them the links to these videos to help them know better how to use these products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start with more on the Ugandan context. Someone already hinted about it, that was Moses. He talked about the e-cookbook for Uganda. There is a QR code which can be scanned in one of these ones. I think it is out. And you get to read more about the local context of how this technology is possible in our country. Then some gentleman asked on the issue of durability. These EPCs have been, I have been interacting with them since 2020. That was June 2020, during the lockdown time. And I am convinced that they are durable. Why? It is because those first beneficiaries in our studies have been using them, and they are still using them up to date. Someone who can give evidence to that is the lady behind there. Yes, she was among our first beneficiaries of the study. So they are durable. I am convinced about that 100%. That's why even when you are buying the warranty is 2 years. Then the long-term strategies for uptake. There is already the e-cooking strategy that is being developed to help scale up some of these technologies, which will help even reach someone who is very far away from the town center, or those ones who may not have adequate information about these technologies. So there is again a study which is going to be undertaken by Creek together with Umeme to kind of spread awareness about these e-cooking technologies and how they can help transform someone's way of cooking. And then when it comes to the part of rusting, the pots that are used inside here, the pots is a language for some scientists, but it means a saucepan. So the saucepans that are being used in these electric pressure cookers are non-sticky pots, in that they do not require steel wires for cleaning. So you just use these sponges to clean them up. And they can easily be cleaned, like the food does not get to be stuck inside there. So if you maintain it very well in that by not using it, because if you use the steel wire, it spoils the saucepan. But it is easy to clean in that even when you have prepared posho, it will not give you hard time for you to do the cleanup. Any other question?
Thank you so much. I'm like, how do you go about there is any case of mechanical problem? Is someone supposed to bring it back to Creek, or any electrical person can do it?
Thank you very much. In addition to Joshua's comment on the durability, I think it also goes back to the brand of the EPC, because recently I was in one of the studies last month, that was December. So I had a testimony from one household saying that the brand that she first actually bought to be used at the office, it was not that durable, because she went in for, okay, by then it wasn't fake, but it is until we gave her one of these ones. So that's when she said maybe it is also the brand that was the issue. So if you get the right brand, actually it can last for so long. Then and also I think we mostly give these things to the maids, but I think if we really talk about, you give time to teach these people who use the EPCs, like how they should handle them, it will also help out on that, because I've had it for 2 years, and actually it is almost 3 years, but I haven't seen anything wrong with it, because it is handled with care. And also washing, you just need a very soft sponge for it as you wash your, like what you use for your plates, cups. It is very soft. That's the same thing that you should use for the saucepan while cleaning it. So for that, it will really take you some time without getting any issue. Very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start by responding to the mechanical problem that may arise with the electric pressure cookers. when you have a trained technician or an electrical technician who is licensed, they can easily work on these pressure cookers. And also we have some technicians at Creek who work on them when they get challenges. But the challenges which we have so far reported, they are just very minor issues. So we haven't reported the major issues.
Comrades, I have a suggestion. If Asim were here, rather Gaba is saying that technicians to handle this must be qualified. Use the word certified technicians. Do we have these technicians on Tukole of Allen? Because if we have these technicians on Tukole, we know where we're picking from. I imagine in Bukoma and Simbi have bought it, and the technicians in Bukoma and Simbi, they could not be certified, but can I find these technicians on Tukole to aggregate the need in time?
Okay, thank you. I think that is a component that will need to be added on Collect program so that we can extend these services even to people who are very far away. Yes. And then also to add on what Jenny has said, she talked about the issue of brand. For us, I always tell people that I talk confidently about the brands that I myself have tested because I am a technical person in this field. So those ones, that's why when I'm guiding someone when they want to purchase, I tell them, okay, there is this brand and this brand, but according to the performance of this one, it is like this. However, the other one is also like this. So you go to buy something after getting clear information, so that when you go and maybe mess up, then it will mean that
please wait.
It will mean that you have just risked yourself, but you got the necessary information. I am being informed that we are running out of time, and it is coming to time for lunch. And whenever I'm completing such a conversation on cooking, I like paraphrasing a few words, and I will just paraphrase what I have put down and what I always tell people, that cooking changes the relationships with food. Instead of just eating something, you get to eat something that you have made out of will, because meals become relationships, they become discoveries, they become explorations where you dive into and you get to be part of the key player in that equation. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Gaba. So, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who are saying you didn't see how it cooks and all, this video is just outside here. Kindly after here, you're going to engage and you'll watch it on the other side. So we're going for lunch. We are going on a journey to discover, to explore, and have a relationship with our recipes. Indio, that's what they have said. We're on a journey to explore lunch. So after lunch, that's when we're going to be closing. Kindly, I urge you that every participant who has been with us since Wednesday up to today, there is a huge package from Creek before you go. So please stay with us. After lunch, we shall close officially, and you'll go home with your package. You never know, it could be this one or this one at a discount. You could take it to your mother or your better half, or someone you love as a present. So let's go on a journey of discovery. I'm sure each one of us has been given a coupon for lunch. The ushers are coming with coupons of lunch. We shall have our lunch there, and as soon as it will be done, please come back. We wrap this up, and then we can have the networking session. Please note, while you're going for lunch, carry your valuables with you, your laptop, your phone. You can put it in a bag and you walk with it, just to be sure, because that's data at stake. See you on the other side for lunch. Thank you.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts, and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our...
When I left school, I was kind of heart set on becoming an electrician. It works kind of a bit like a family. When you see everyone in the morning, you talk to one another, give each other tips, learning different things off different people. Overall, it really is a good trade to get into, and I do recommend it. An apprenticeship is the right way to go.
Net zero for the electrical industry is fantastic, and we need this new generation of young minds to help us get a grip of this, and it's only this generation that's going to do it.
So we're here at Derwent site Belper, we're on a site by Wielden Brothers, and we are the electrical contractors here, doing all the electrical needs. We've installed the PV, so your solar panels, and we've also installed an EV, which is your car charging. Friends with a lot of the lads on site in the different trades. We all get on really well. It makes the day go a lot quicker, you know, when you have a laugh and you can like work with each other.
We're facing a massive increase in demand for electrotechnical skills if the UK is going to have any chance of meeting the 2050 net zero target. Currently, we're recruiting about 7,000 apprentices a year. That really needs to go up to 12 or 13,000.
So my week, in a nutshell, basically, Monday mornings I drive up to the Sandy Acre JTL Centre, do theory work or practical, and then the rest of the week I'm either on site, first fixing, second fixing, or I'm doing, for example, the solar, or fitting the alarms, as you can see on the houses. So it's always on your toes. I quite enjoyed the Monday though. It's like a bit of a line on a Monday morning. I'm lucky enough to have made a lot of friends at college, so we all get on well. We see each other outside of college. You got one? There's about 10 lads. We're all jetting off on holiday together soon. Sometimes go for a cheeky pint now and then.
Being an electrician has always been an excellent career option. Apprenticeships are by far the preferred route. And of course, apprenticeships aren't just for young people anymore. A qualified, competent electrician can easily earn £40,000 a year or more.
So there's a load of different avenues you can go down, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's domestic, commercial or industrial.
37, 38.
38.2. We've got to start putting money on this.
The industry has changed quite a bit, so it's getting a lot more complex, and everyone's thinking out of the box now. It's not just we're going to wire a property. What can we do to save energy going forward? We want young minds to come to the industry because we need these people to drive it forward.
As a school leaver, I'd say an apprenticeship is the best way to go at the moment because you're earning whilst you're learning, so you're getting the knowledge and you're building that kind of foundation for your career in the future whilst earning money.
Hello, my name is Agaba Jimmy. I work with Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, CREEC. Today I want to show you a technology in cooking, that is the using of electric pressure cookers, which is different from the rice cookers, which most of us are used to. So now it has different components, like how we shall be seeing, and in this case it uses electricity, which is power, and more innovations are ongoing on see how we can have one which does not need to use electricity, which is connected to the grid. Among the foods that I prepared using these electric pressure cookers are herein. Among the others which are not included in here, we have different protective settings which are which include the limited pressure saturator setting, we have anti-blockage protection setting, we have the release pressure saturator setting, limited temperature protective setting, safety over temperature setting, opening and closing protection setting, pressure self-control protection setting. So we are going to be looking at each of these settings one by one and see how best we can use this pressure cooker for preparing our dishes. And this one is faster compared to other appliances which are used for cooking, and in the shortest time possible one can be able to have their meal ready. And for those who are always in a hurry, this technology helps us to ease our processes, and then we go and concentrate on other activities. As we are unpackaging our electric pressure cooker, it is in a box sealed and with its all protections that protect it from any damage in case it is being transported. And then as we open it, we find that it is sealed in a Kavera, again for safety purposes. And then we have to remove the Kavera, and then we see that it is intact, it is still new, and it is showing us here on this point that please tear off it before using, so meaning that it will be removed in the process of using it. Then we have to follow the guidelines which shows open and close. So at the moment it is closed, and then when we are lifting it we have only to lift the handle. So we turn in the direction of opening, then we rotate, then we open, then we lift the cover. Then inside we have the power cable. This power cable is always inserted at the power port, which is connected to the mains. Then inside again we have the spoon, which is used for most especially for rice and some other foods that may require stirring. And then also we have a cup.
Woliza kodi yo John City tetuse wene sigamu kyeyogere balaini in babichi amukere yanko abatukulire kuwere suko buche chulire woli kalogozi woliza kodi yo John City tetuse wene sigamu kyeyogere balaini in babichi amukere yanko bati yakubona kwawo bana mwara wanja ulo bananyo era davumba ko banayi wono kuti kutyali no mukyalo awali kwira mu kibuga sawadino dalesa material danonga damasanyalazi ainga plan ki yokwena kumbira mu kibuga
should also be the same amount which is aligning with the scale inside here. So this is the inner pot or inner saucepan, which is always put here, which this inner saucepan gets into contact with the plate for power. This is the one when you fix in the power cable and you connect to the mains, then it gives us that heat that is always transmitted to the inner pot. Then there is this outside pot, which is always there to protect the inner pot. So this one protects the inner pot. And then also we have the condensation can here, which collects the vapor that always drips off from the frying, from the boiling contents. So it is always fixed at this point here, so that it collects that water or the vapor. Then we on this again we have the box, the command box, which helps us to know which food we are going to cook. For example, if we have fish, we press the button for fish. If we have rice, we will press the button for rice. Then it will display how much time it will take for us to do the cooking. Then overall, this is the housing. This is the housing for the pressure cooker. So this one houses, as the name suggests, the inner elements of the pressure cooker. Okay, now right now at this point we are going to cook food and see how it works. This is 1 cup, 3 cups. And then put it inside the cooker. Then after that, I bring my cover. Remember, we are told to tear off before using it. So I remove the seal and then cover. Then as I cover, we have to make sure that we close it properly. As we close, then we have to ensure that the exhaust valve is in the direction of the seal in the middle here. After plugging in our power cable into the socket, then we switch it on. We then locate where the rice button is because of the food which is inside, which is rice. So after that, we press it. So after pressing it, it will show us that it is going to take 12 minutes before our food gets ready. So now this 12 minutes only starts counting when the pressure has built up inside. So this one does not account for the time of the pressure to build up. At this point, now our cooking of rice is done. So once the cooking is done, even if you are not there to closely monitor, the pressure cooker automatically goes into the warming mode. So once I press it, then it will go back to 00. So at this moment, you go to release your pressure.
I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEK. CREEK is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts, and Technology. CREEK, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, we do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources of fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability and transparency as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories. We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, our radio drama series. So that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy.
African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beautiful Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Nyabo, what do you want? Nyabo, what do you want? Oh, Nakurala, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom!
You should always have hope in Christ. Because God has this plan for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where you work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory. As I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Coney War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting like thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different home state. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside Uganda, for all the efforts throughout the years to get us to this point. There's still a lot more we are going to do together, a lot more products on energy, services on energy, working together with all of you to move Uganda forward, to continue increasing the numbers on access. Thank you very much. I'm Mary Susan Abo, and I'm the Managing Director at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. In short, CREEC. CREEC is located at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, within a specific college that deals with technology, and that is the College of Engineering, Design, Arts and Technology. CREEC, my organization, is focused on increasing access to modern types of energy. And with that, we want to see how to utilize the energy resources that we have in this beautiful country and use that to improve lives, both in the urban and in the rural settings. In our efforts to increase access to modern types of energy, We do applied research on different renewable energy and energy efficiency topics. With the innovations at my center and working together with the different players in the energy sector, there's also been impact in terms of the coverage in the country because of innovations around mini grids, or you can call them microgrids or picogrids. The Rural Electrification Agency with over 600 mini grids that are in plan to help take electricity to the rural parts of the country. What our contribution is towards climate justice. That is a key topic when you talk about renewable energy vis-a-vis the conventional energy resources or fossil fuels. And climate justice basically causes us to be conscious of human rights as we are developing our technologies and doing our projects. We are also conscious of gender mainstreaming into our projects to improve livelihoods, considering groups like the youth, for equitability, accountability and transparency as we design our projects both for the urban settings and the rural settings. With our partnership for dissemination, the Atonga Media, a lot of products have come out. We've had films in different categories.
We want to take information out of the lab, research out of the laboratory, and break it down in ways that people can understand. One of the ways, that we have been able to diversify how people can access information is by using film and movies and TV series, our radio drama series. So that we can not only use entertainment, to table conversations around renewable energy, because these are things that are affecting our daily life. You make fun of it, you make it entertaining, but at the same time, you're not only demonstrating to people how renewable energy can transform their lives, you're helping them that when they find themselves in a situation and they have to make a decision about maybe a product, they are informed. So it is easy for them to make that transition to renewable energy.
African women, we face a lot of challenges as we prepare food, as we sustain our families. You find that charcoal is expensive. It is burnt away quickly when you're cooking. So at times you find shortage of it. They gave us knowledge about these alternative fuels, that they are called briquettes, that they are renewable, clean energy. So we are so happy about it because we are just introduced the knowledge of science. For the training I've got so far, they have mentored me and they have empowered me. They have given me skills, various training skills in these alternative fuels briquettes. They have engaged me in solar PV training. I was nominated among the women in energy in Uganda, which was a great success. And out of the story, Creek has been able to shoot out a documentary and a movie called Beautiful Ashes.
To be honest, the situation right now is not very good at all. Because even the boss here haven't get paid.
Nyabo, waliwa. Nyabo, waliwa. Oh, Nakurala, you're getting out of my house today. I want my
Tom!
money.
We should always have hope in Christ. Because God has this plan for us.
The most important thing is that you're using clean energy. And where I work at Creek, we actually make them.
I've been training other women in urban centers, in slums, in rural areas, online. I look forward having a factory, big factory, as I continue to transform lives, sort out issues of unemployment, inspire more women.
I was affected by the Coney War, and especially my parents were unable to, you can't move around to get fuel and any other energy resources, the modern energy resources to sustain your life. So that also pushed me to discover what we call biogas production from cow dung. So from there we started, trying to see how it can support cooking as well as lighting. And then I grew up, of course, through the different stages of education until I also joined Makerere University. In Makerere, I happened to join a research center called Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation, that is CREEC, at the College of Engineering. There I learned a lot about hydropower, biomass gasification, and we implemented many of these technologies in the community. So then I also thought, okay, we can add other technologies to support that hybrid mini grid that will also generate electricity. Meaning, if our solar is not working, especially at night, it means other technologies should be available to generate electricity and support the community. And it is supporting like thermal power plants like in Namamve, also in Arua. The whole of West Nile is being supported by also thermal power plant, which is also generating and supplying to the grid, and then that electricity is supporting the different homesteads. So yes, once this is working properly, then we should also take it to the community to be able to support electricity access from the biomass waste they do have in their respective community. I'm sure the different communities will benefit by understanding what is going on in our research facility here.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all our partners, both those in Uganda and outside Uganda, for all the efforts throughout the years to get us to this point. There's still a lot more we are going to do together, a lot more products on energy, services on energy, working together with all of you to move Uganda forward, to continue increasing the numbers on access. Thank you very much.
My name is Opio Innocent Miria. I work as an energy researcher at Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. You're welcome to this demonstration, which is more about gasification. What you're seeing in the background is a gas fire. It's a technology we imported from US, from a company called All Power Lab. Gas fire works based on the process of gasification. Gasification is a process where biomass is converted into syngas by running it or converting it through high temperature but under controlled oxygen. The end product is normally a gas with high concentration of carbon monoxide and some other like methane. The importance about this is gasification can convert waste, the waste which is in the form of biomass, for example, waste from agro processing or maybe from agricultural activities like rice husk, coffee husk, or maize cobs, can all be converted into the syngas, and then the syngas is used for running an engine which will later on provide electricity to run other appliances. In Uganda, we have been implementing this project to add values to farmers, especially in the northern part of the country where electricity grid has been limited. Majority of the farmers were having the waste, but they were not having any electricity to transform their their seeds or their crops or their grains into a product that can earn more money. Therefore, this project came in to help them convert that waste into syngas and then use that syngas to run electricity, and the electricity was being used to mill maize, to mill paste, that is grinding groundnuts, and also threshing like the rice among crops. So how does this gas fire work? Gas fire uses different types of feedstock. One of it is the maize cobs. This is a byproduct of agriculture after removing the grains. And then we process this by drying it and cutting it into pieces. The size is between 30 to 50 millimeters. That is required to fit in the hopper. The hopper, of course, is where you pour this feedstock, and then other feedstock, other agricultural waste like coffee husk. You cannot use it alone as coffee husk. We always mix it with maize cobs, or where you have wood chips, we also mix it with the wood chips at a ratio of 50-50. Why we are mixing? Because the sizes of this is too small, and so when you pour it in the hopper, it tends to settle, and the process of pushing it into the reactor by the agar becomes a bit difficult when it is only the coffee husk. So because this is bigger, it tends to help to push it into the reactor. These different feedstock, they have their own quality or properties that is suitable for this process. Maize cobs is very good, but its working temperature is limited to 900. If you operate this gas fire on maize cobs at temperature above 1000, it will start forming clinker. That is, the ash that is coming out after the combustion will melt to form a solid component that will prevent the flow of the rest of the feedstock. This is because maize cobs contain high concentration of silica, potassium, or sometimes calcium. These elements I've mentioned tend to reduce the melting temperature of the ash. We have found that wood chips, especially from hardwood, is much better than all the feedstock I've mentioned from the agro-based activities. But of course, the challenge is getting it or processing it is a bit difficult. We have also tested using pellets, where, of course, this we have procured it. Pellets also works well, but it will depend on the different materials from which it has been produced. We have tried with fecal sludge. It worked well, but fecal sludge contained a lot of sand, and it tends to produce a lot of ash, and therefore reducing the efficiency of the engine. This filter contain the different filtering material. As I mentioned, we normally put like about 5 to 10 centimeters of biochar. This is because biochar has the property of absorbing moisture, and also, like in the pores, it can absorb other components that comes along with the syngas, which is tar. Like if you want to know the temperature, how hot it is inside there, you just press here to see the temperature. If you want to know the pressure, these tubes here, they are connected to some points where it will tell you the pressure inside here. Then also, if you want to know within the pressure there's minimum, there's maximum. Also within the temperature there's minimum, there's maximum, so you can select all the parameters you need for operation. Then this one is, of course, will be telling you also the engine RPM. Accessories are the blowers, because when you are running this, it will be pulling. That one is connected to the top of this, that pulls that gas now through this filter and passes it to the engine. Or else, if you close this, it means this one is connected here, and then it is connected on top of this. So if I'm running, if I'm just starting, it means the quality of the gas is poor. I close this, which is going to the engine, then I open this, which is going to the flare. So you can hear this blower is sucking through. So it will be sucking the syngas from the gas fire all through the filter, and then it goes to the flare. But once the gas quality, you see it from the temperature here, if the temperature is about 600 to 700, the gas quality is now good. You'll even hear, or you'll see flame at the flare. So as the flame is burning, and then when the quality is very good, the flare will begin sucking the flame inside. Then that is an indication that you should now close this one going to the flare, and then you open this one going to the engine. After opening this, then immediately you turn on the engine. Of course, you now reduce the gas and also the air, because the suction created by the engine will pull that gas from the reactor through this filter by itself as the engine is combusting. So initially it is closed. This is the lighting port. So when I want to light, I will open this lighting port, and then once I've opened this propane gas, then I will aim at the pot. For about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the quality of the feedstock inside. Of course, prior to this, we normally inject some paraffin just to help, because the different feedstock has different volatility. Volatility is how fast it catches fire. Like after 5 to 10 minutes, then I go to begin balancing the gas and the air. Once it has caught fire, then you'll see smoke coming through this flare. You control that by adjusting these blowers. You see that blower is also supplying the oxygen for combustion of that gas. And this one is to suck the syngas through a line, pulling it through the filter, and it comes through this. So once I've closed this line, when the syngas is good, then it means it is the engine that will be pulling the syngas now through the filter until it goes into the engine. So when the engine is running, that suction pressure is created automatically.
My name is Makai Okure. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the College of Engineering, Design, Art and Technology of Makerere University. In that position, I offer graduate courses in bioenergy and design of thermal systems, among others. I would like to welcome you to this presentation on the topic of burning and gasification of biomass. We will start with a few principles. When a substance burns, we say it combusts. So I'll be using burning and combustion simultaneously. Burning or combustion is a rapid reaction between a substance and oxygen that releases heat and light. The fuel in that is then a substance that reacts with oxygen under high temperature conditions to release useful energy. Now, fuels contain hydrogen and carbon. That's why sometimes they are called hydrocarbons, which, when each of these substances burn, turn into carbon dioxide and water and release a large amount of energy. Actually, the energy in the biomass is from the sun, which is converted to chemical energy through photosynthesis. Subsequently, when a person burns dried plants or wood to produce energy in the form of heat and light, he or she is releasing the sun's energy originally stored in that plant or in that wood through photosynthesis. To bring this home in our area here in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to note that most of the energy used in the households, in commercial places, even industries, comes mostly from biomass. Another principle to note is that plenty of air is needed to provide enough oxygen for a fuel to burn completely. Oxygen must be provided in excess to ensure complete combustion of the fuel. Plenty of oxygen is required to ensure complete combustion, i.e. eliminate incomplete combustion and maximize heat generation. If there is a shortage of fuel, of air, oxygen in this case, incomplete combustion of fuel takes place. So instead of producing carbon dioxide and water, incomplete combustion produces carbon monoxide and even particles of carbon, soot, also known as smoke. This incomplete combustion also releases less energy than complete combustion. If you have a piece of wood which you want to burn, you need to put it under conditions that it will start the fire. So for the wood to catch fire, there must be a number of things. You need oxygen, and you need some initial heat source that to raise the temperature that will sustain combustion. Otherwise, if the temperature is low, the fire dies. Let's talk about what exactly happens when a piece of wood catches fire. It goes through a number of processes. One, when wood gets hot, it releases some gases, and these are termed volatiles because they evaporate. These volatiles may then burn if there is sufficient oxygen and temperature. Now, not all wood vaporizes. A good portion remains. This part which remains is a solid carbon black material, technically called char, or simply charcoal in common language. The third process is that some of the radiant heat from the flame strikes the wood. I'm talking about the flame that comes out of burning of the gases which have evaporated from the wood. So that flame is hot. It's hotter than the wood. So some of that heat is radiated back to the wood, which causes further decomposition. Hence, it maintains the cycle and the fire keeps burning. The gases can be released at about 200 to 300 degrees Celsius or centigrade, but complete combustion takes place at about 650 degrees or more. The next process is that when there is complete combustion, the region where the combustion takes place emits light and is seen as a flame. Complete combustion leads to a blue or colorless flame. If the gases from the wood are unburned, they escape as smoke, as I said earlier. And of course, smoke is wasted energy. So in summary, the lesson we take is that the general combustion process of a solid biomass, the general combustion process of a solid biomass includes drying, that is evaporation of water from the wood if the wood is wet. So in summary, we note that the general combustion process of a solid biomass includes drying, that is evaporation of water from the wood when the wood is wet, and normally it's not as dry as one thinks. Then break down into an evaporation of gaseous molecules called technically pyrolysis, combustion of these volatiles, and oxidation of the char. If the volatiles are released from the wood and the char is not combusted, then we remain with charcoal. And this, as we have seen, can be used subsequently as a fuel also by supplying oxygen or air. And this can take place in another place altogether, so you can transport the char alone. Smoke from wood burning is made up of a complex mixture of gases and fine particles, also called particle pollution or particulate matter, abbreviated simply as PM. In addition to particle pollution, wood smoke also contains several toxic air pollutants. Paradoxically, smoke may smell good, especially on food, but itself is not good for us or for you. The biggest health threat from smoke is from fine particles. These microscopic particles can get into a person's eyes and respiratory system, where they can cause maladies like burning eyes, runny nose, other illnesses such as bronchitis. These fine particles can also make asthma symptoms worse and trigger asthma attacks. If this happens indoors, the effects are even more severe. Therefore, we have to be very careful in burning wood or biomass indoors. And we have to ensure that the equipment and the process we use releases as little smoke as possible. Finally, among the principles, when the char is burnt, there remains a residue called ash. Ash is actually an impurity that will not burn, or if it burns, it still remains, some residue still remains. And this is typically in the range of 5 to 40% of the biomass. Ash is important because you need to handle it. After you have got the energy from the wood, you have to get rid of the ash. It also causes problems with the equipment. So you need to design the equipment to burn wood or biomass such that you are able to remove biomass. In terms of measuring the amount of energy per kilogram of biomass, you can see that if there is a percentage of it which will not burn, already you are losing that percentage of heat. So it reduces the total amount of heat that you get from a kilo of biomass because there is a presence of ash. Next, something about gas burning. It turns out that gas fuels are the most convenient because they are easier to mix with oxygen. Because when you have a solid biomass, the oxygen has to diffuse to pass through the ash sometimes, and so you don't get enough of it into the wood. But when you have a gaseous fuel, it's very easy to quickly mix, and so you achieve good mixing with oxygen, you achieve faster mixing, and then the burning is much better, and so you can normally get a blue flame when you are burning gas. So this principle is utilized in trying to improve the amount of energy that we can achieve from wood by turning the solid wood into a gaseous fuel. And then we burn the fuel because we find that there are several advantages, as I said, with the gaseous fuels. They are easier to hold, to handle. The burning systems are easier because you need to mix the gas together with the oxygen. There are also environmental benefits because you reduce on the emissions when you burn a gaseous fuel. So one such gaseous fuel is the one which can be derived from waste, biomass, or wood. So we're going to spend the next few minutes talking about biomass gasification with that short background. So technically, biomass gasification is the transfer of the energy content of a solid fuel into a gaseous energy carrier. So we say the resulting biofuel or gas is easy to clean and transport and can be combusted in different engines, such as gas turbines or modified diesel engines, as well as furnaces and fuel cells. So this provides us a way of converting a solid biomass into electricity without having to go through a different process, a more complicated process that sometimes involves boiling water, getting steam, and using steam in a steam turbine. So we can go straight from the gasified wood to a diesel engine. So what is the difference between gasification and burning that I earlier on talked about? There is a small difference. The small difference is that we need a smaller amount of oxygen than we require for complete combustion. So you supply the biomass or wood with a smaller amount of oxygen or air so that you don't get complete combustion. Instead, what you do is that you get the volatiles from the wood, you capture those, and you use those for subsequent combustion. So in other words, a simplified scheme of gasification involves feeding the fuel into a reactor that we shall call a gasifier. So you feed this fuel via a relatively airtight closure. You convert the fuel into a producer gas. Then you take the gas through the process, and eventually you turn the gas into another fuel. The gases that come out of this process include carbon monoxide, hydrogen, methane, carbon dioxide, and other substances that are extracted out of this gasifier or reactor. And these are then directed to what we shall call downstream devices that I've said could be a gas engine for conversion of the producer gas into power. In principle, I can say that any biomass can be gasified. Wood, waste wood, crop residues, municipal solid waste, to name a few. However, there is a caveat to that. The major characteristics to watch for in order for the process to be efficient and effective are the amount of moisture in the biomass. It should be around 20% for some gasifiers and a little bit more for others. I mean, other gasifiers can accommodate moisture contents slightly more than 20%. The size of the biomass should not be too small and not too big, generally ranging between 50 millimeter piece to 200 millimeter piece. The ash content, as I said before, should not be more than 6%, otherwise we have problems in that. And of course, we have to worry about the percentage of fine particles in the whole biomass. If you have very fine particles, a large percentage of fine particles, then you have problems, as I will describe later on, the gasification process. So, in principle, we can gasify any biomass, but we have to be aware of those final 4 principles: the moisture content, the size of the biomass, the ash content, and the percentage of fine particles. It should not be more than 15% in the whole heap. The gasification of biomass with the downstream gas engine conversion of the producer gas into power and heat, of course, offers a technical possibility for the provision of combined heat and power from renewable energy sources, notably solid biomass. It's particularly useful in areas of decentralized utilization of biomass, such as areas which are far away from the grid, but they will have to have certain conditions. And one of those challenges are that you need a sufficient supply of biomass feedstock. And of course, unless produced on a renewable basis, this can become a problem for the community. So areas where we have introduced this technology for our rural community are those areas where we have identified that they have sufficient and abundant renewable sources of biomass. Another challenge is the quality of fuel. I said earlier on that the fuel must be within certain conditions. So those conditions need to be controlled a little bit, and if you cannot control them, then you need to do something. You need to pre-process the biomass into those uniform conditions so that you can have a higher yield of gas, and therefore you can achieve an efficient and productive process. The other challenge is the producer gas leaves the reactor with a number of pollutants and at a high temperature. Now, the third challenge is the producer gas leaves the reactor with a number of pollutants, and also it's at high temperature because this process takes place at temperatures ranging between 700 to 1000 degrees Celsius. So in the subsequent steps, the process of obtaining heat from this gas and also using it in an engine, we need to clean, cool the producer gas. So that adds onto the process. So therefore, it complicates the process, which makes it a little bit difficult to operate as well. Adding on to that, the fourth challenge is that gasification is a complex process involving thermal and chemical processes operated at ambient or increased pressure. So outside you have the ambient conditions, but inside the reactor you have very high temperatures, and also sometimes you have high pressure. So for thermochemical conversion, it's necessary to supply sufficient solid biomass and gasification media, or air for that matter, as well as to provide a pressure and temperature regime by means of suitable gas control and geometrical construction of the reactor. So design and subsequent operation need highly developed skills. Now, fifth challenge is that individual fuels and gasifiers and process steps and modes of operation in those steps, as well as a number of other important points, must be taken into consideration. Non-observance of these points may entail negative effects on the normal operation of the gasification plant and also possible hazardous situations. talking about hazardous situations, produce a gas contains carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas, principally because it reduces the ability of blood to carry oxygen. So the operation of a gas fire requires adequate precautions. Environmental effects is the next challenge, because biomass gasification takes place in an explosive mixture of toxic and combustible gases, and also amounts of residual substances in combination with gas production and gas cleaning are produced, extracted, converted and recycled, and this lead to pollutants and effluent, and this can be a problem for operators because they need to protect health and the environment, and therefore suitable requirements must be set regarding the technical equipment of such facilities. In summary, from what I've said about gas fires, gasification is a good process. It's a process that enables us to use biomass available almost in any area or in any region for purposes of providing electricity access, as well as conveniently controllable heating. However, the plant itself is complex, and one needs to prepare adequately in terms of the design of the plant, in terms of setting it up, in terms of training operators, and in terms of managing its human and environmental effects. With the economic benefits of getting electricity access using solid biomass, it's possible to overcome some of these challenges. So if one is interested in setting up such a gasification plant in an area, it's important to look at quite a number of these points that I've raised to ensure that the plant works effectively. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your patience and your attention.
Access to modern, affordable, reliable energy is a key United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. But in Africa, electricity is in short supply and power cuts are frequent. Only about 20% of the African population is connected to the national grid, and in rural areas, that percentage drops to single figures. Africa currently gets 90% of its energy supply from biomass, mainly in the form of plant material. However, the continent's renewed reliance on wood and charcoal for fuel is unsustainable. The African Clean Energy Research Alliance is bringing together expertise from African and UK partners to support research into locally generated clean, renewable energy solutions. It's being funded by the Royal Society DFID Africa Capacity Building Initiative. Solar power is plentiful in Africa, but difficult and expensive to store. The consortium's first project focuses on the solar treatment of biomass for power generation. The postgraduate students from the consortium's member institutions are being supervised by research support groups from the Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. Opio Miria is one of the 3 postgraduate students working on the project. His research could lead to the production of the first African-designed engine.
My research is about finding a new way of generating electricity, especially in the rural areas. I mean, for the people in the rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa, where there is a lot of plants. My research will convert that very plants into like a liquid, similar to liquid diesel fuel, that can run a diesel engine to produce electricity.
But ACERA doesn't just support academic research. It's also involved in creating energy change by providing a forum for knowledge transfer through communication, education, and capacity building. More than 200 people from government and non-government organizations, academic institutions, and private enterprises have already attended its training seminars.
What we've seen already, even before the project ends, is that the network is building, and there's a lot of interest from different stakeholders to take up the research that we are doing. So I really see ACERA as an initiation of something that will not close in years to come. We are going to expand beyond the project design, making more impacts on policy, on capacity building across the countries and beyond. I see ACERA linking to other networks on renewable energy and energy efficiency, and we are writing more
I really want to encourage all of us to kindly follow Crick Makerere on Twitter. Crick Makerere on Twitter. And please buy the EPS, the EPC. Buy it for your wife. Yeah. Buy it for your mother. Buy it for yourself if you're still single. It will make your cooking very easy. And to those who come from the Fourth Estate, let's encourage time and again this kind of content to see that it comes through on the different platforms. I really want to thank Susan and the team for having the drama coming up soon. I can't wait to hear about how far it goes. Again, I still want to emphasize that shortwave is a magic stick. Try it if you're an innovator. Shortwave, you'll be shocked how much the feedback you'll get. So yes, we're wrapping it up. I told you each one of us is going to get something before we leave, but before we get there, let me welcome Flavia here from the comms to give a vote of thanks and how all this will. Let's clap for her. She's the person sending mails and making sure that everyone is fine here. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I would like to give a vote of thanks on behalf of my team to each and every one of you that is here. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for giving our topics relevance. And I would like to also appreciate the team that has been in charge of this project for giving us access to the funding to bring these conversations to you, the people. Yes, that is very major. One of the things that we were trying to do with this workshop was to bridge some gaps for the renewable energy sector. There are some skills around topics like dissemination, like collaboration that we actually don't shed as much light on. And sometimes we focus on the technical skills, but all these other skills are part of what makes us whole. So I hope we have more and more of these. If you have opportunity to
Bluetooth connected.
If you have opportunity to organize such content, please also invite us. We'll be very happy to come. Thank you.
Okay, that is really great. Let's welcome Professor John for all the support he has given. Let's clap for him. He's been patient with us and he's seen us to the very last day.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Mr. James. Wonderful moderation. We really missed you this morning. So I know you were called to State House. My good wife Jane, in her communications, said that it's really important to repeat things 3 times. So I'm going to repeat the thanks going through. But first of all, I would like to really emphasize that from the name here, the African Clean Energy Research Alliance, it's an alliance, and an alliance is a partnership of collaboration between everybody here, and we're very privileged to have our partners from Tanzania who came, and fortunately some people from our partners in University Mariana Ngoabi in Congo Brazzaville, and we hope that the rest of the Congo team were able to watch online, and we hope to see them again soon. So thanks to all the panelists. The presentations were absolutely fantastic, very high quality. Thanks to the presenters. Thanks to all the people who are exhibiting outside. Absolutely fascinating examples of the implementation, the actions that are being taken. And thanks to the PhD students who are here. Can we put their hands up, the PhD students? You're the next generation. Okay, you're coming through. You're the capacity that's going to lead the charge, lead Maendeleo, as they say in Tanzania, the development of the nations and the continent as a whole. A big thanks to representatives of the media and your patience with us all, and your willingness to interview and to disseminate the messages. And for the team doing the live stream, it's technically quite challenging, and they did a fantastic job of keeping that going. And on the other side of the internet divide, in the mysterious world of the internet ether, many thanks to the people online who are doing the tweeting and retweeting. Fantastic thanks to the hotel for their hospitality and wonderful food, and the location and the way that they assisted in preparing the stage and all the arrangements for hosting the conference. Of course, none of it would be possible without the funding organisations, UK Research and Innovation, EPSRC, the Royal Society of UK Aid, and the partners in the research project, DIT in Dar es Salaam and the University of Mariana Ngoabi, Makerere University and Creek. And especially the Creek team for all their work organising and bringing everything together. And I'm going to say thank you to one particular person, Flavia, who I know this conference is her vision, it's her dream. She's been living it now for weeks and weeks, and the success of the conference is really down to one person's vision and commitment. So thank you very much indeed, Flavia. Thank you all.
Okay, let's clap for Prof. John. I'm going to request all of us, we're going to stand up. Let's all of us stand up. Tell you everyone is going with something today, okay? Let's all stand up. Just hold your neighbor's hands. Just hold your neighbor's hands. Make sure you have a chain. Just hold your neighbor's hands. Everyone have a chain. Hold your neighbor. Hold your neighbor, yeah. We need a chain. We need a chain. Find a way to make a chain. Then we'll come Shazania to give us the parting prayer for January masses. And we are going to stay that way when we are doing the please. So hold those hands, and you're parting this place with that kind of unity in prayer, please.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chamagero. How did you know that I love to pray? Okay, let's pray. Father, thank you for the excellent outputs, the beautiful 3 days we have had here, for everybody that has come, the presenters, for the funders, for the team at Creek that has organized under Flavia and Angela. Thank you for Mr. Chamagero. It's been amazing. Thank you for everything that has been learned here, that we will not forget, we will follow through by your spirit as people live today, those that are going back to their countries, those that are going
sponsors. The families are covered. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, now high five Omega. This high five Omega. Thank you so much. You've been such a great crowd. And before you leave, we have some cocktail on the outside. Kindly, you can go outside. We have some cocktail there before you leave. But again, I want to request that we all come forward. We're going to have a group photo for archive purposes. So let me request Professor John to come, and Susan, and the people from the different countries. Let's start with the diaspora team. People from the different countries, Tanzania, Congo, Brazzaville. Please, let's come forward. Anyone from East Africa, that is not Ugandan, or West Africa, please come here. Let's have a picture with them. Please come forward. Okay, this is the region now. Please. Juma? Anyone seen Juma? Maybe she's packing. Okay. And we all smiled. The rest of us will clap for them. Thank you so much. Let me request Susan and Professor John to stay. Not now. Bluetooth. Okay, let me have different classes. Let's have like 10 people. Please come and join the photography. Please. Let's be snappy. 10 people. You just come. Join the team. Join the team. Take a picture, everyone. This is a moment. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, we're going to extend this side for archive purposes. We need to know where you are. So, Prof, I'm going to request you to come closer. Extend this side. Extend. Let's keep extending. Let's keep going. Let's keep going up to that screen. In front, though. In front. In front of the screen. Please come forward. Now you will step on the step that one. The idea is to have the conference in the back right there. Okay. So we smiled. Okay, lights off. Someone can take off the lights, the spotlights, please. Thank you. Okay, some guys can go in the back. Gloria, where have you gone now? Stay here. You need to balance. Okay, we all smile and look at the camera guy. That's great, that's great. Thank you. Let's have another team. Let's have another team. Prof and Susan, you're constant there. Let's have another team, friends. Let's have another team. Come on, guys. Come on. Ah, Juma is finally here. Okay, we'll have to do that again, the original one, but it's okay. Other guys who didn't take a picture, let's take a picture. Oh, guys, we are going to balance. From here, let's go that side. That side. My Bobby, come back here. My Bobby, you come back here. Went to the same school with this one. Hi. Perfect. We all smiled. The guy in the back smiled, bro. Okay, thank you so much. Let's have another cluster. Are we all done? No, there is another cluster coming, please. Prof, just stay there with Susan. Another team is coming. Please come in. Another team. Another team. Another team. Don't get shy. Come on. This is the moment. This is the moment. Just join in. Join in. This is the next generation. Let me use your phone. He really wanted someone to take his picture. Maendeleo. Next agenda. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. Let me request other countries to come back for a picture because Juma is finally back and she had missed that out. Where is Juma? One? She has gone again? Oh God. Where is she going again? She went to pray. Oh dear. All right. Okay, now all of us, let's join in. Kwa ujumla. All of us come. All of us. Some up, some down. All of us, let's all come through. So Prof, you'll be in the middle. And Susan, yeah. The short ones, please use the platform adequately. I speak that in good faith. The ones who are down to earth, use this chance to be reachable. Okay. Okay. This is beautiful. We all smile. So on the count of 3, we all say Fene! Fene! Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We can have the cocktail on the other side. DJ, you can give us some music as we go for the cocktail.
When I left school, I was kind of heart set on becoming an electrician. It works kind of a bit like a family. When you see everyone in the morning, you talk to one another, give each other tips, learning different things off different people. Overall, it really is